Yeah, so pretty cool day. We've actually got, and I need to update the title there as well. Showmatch. 1 p.m. UK time. Yeah, so we've actually got a show match. It was played on the weekend between Myriad and Core. They decided to play it just before the tournament games took place. But I'm going to be covering it officially today because no one else did. And the plan originally was that I was going to cast it. They may have forgotten there was an EGC tournament on the weekend, which is where the complication came. So to let people kind of just crowd in, get inside the channel in time, what we'll do is we'll do a pub game first. And then after we've cast the pub, we'll be hopping in for... in fact, let me update that now. Pub versus Ravane. After we cast the pub game, we'll be hopping in to that show match. So let me actually get Ravane's data. Because, yeah, Pub had an interesting game, actually, up against... I think he had 2 interesting games, actually, yeah, up against... Ravane, who is that player we watched just yesterday that's actually really high ranked. They've been consistently posting in like the top 20 throughout the season, so thought it'd be fun to check in on them some more. They had, I think, 2 games, so we'll probably focus on doing one of them now, and then we can come back for the other one after the show match. Good matchup, Myriad versus Core. Yeah, I think it'll be a fun one. I'd feel like Myriad maybe is a little bit favored there. I think he's been playing more. Then again, actually, no, in fairness, I feel like they've both been a little bit idle recently. And what is up, Fatblop? Thank you very much. Dude, once again, what is going on with the Streamlabs? It's just a janky pile of crap, man. I'm going to have to switch over to probably Stream Elements or something. The whole thing just doesn't work properly now. There's a dumb thing. Just on that, right? Watch this. I'll go alert box. I'll do a test with Twitch. Do a test subscription. Ready? Like, I don't know what's going on there. It's just completely losing its mind. It's a bit weird. You've been running Blacksmith Tech up versus English and it's been strong. Told you. English is the one where you do it. Sick chain. Thanks, man. And these never come off. They're 2 chains, actually. That'll be my my gangster rapper prison name. No, I've been wearing these for years. They very, 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 very rarely ever leave my neck. In fact, I think they're meant to leave my neck when I go bouldering, but I keep forgetting to take them off. So, that kind of, yeah. Most of the time, I don't even know they're there until someone makes a comment. Blueberry cheese cake riot time today, by the way. Damn, I love this blueberry. Link is already in chat if you guys want to get your hands on that. I believe they are still heavily discounted. The blueberry really comes through, so if you're a blueberry lover, you'll love that. But what I'll do, I'll get us ready for the first cast of the day. And then after this one, we should be ready to go with that show match. So let me have a look here. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. HRE are favored in this matchup. I keep telling everyone, I keep saying it every day of the week. Maybe now this is enough to make people believe. Because right now we have got Puppy Paw on his David Kim account. A known commodity, a top tier player, a podium finish player in Age of Empires 4, going up against Ravane. Now, Ravane is an interesting one. He's not a pushover. He's clearly capable. We've seen him. He's in the top 20 right now. He's actually posting all the way up into the top 10 throughout Season 7 here. So clearly a capable player. Clearly in his prime, considering he's an HRE spammer boy from Germany, and HRE is king right now. But the interesting thought here is that we have also seen his weaknesses. Against pro-level players, even in favorable situations, he can fall flat. So let's see if Puppy Paw has something cool, creative in mind, or if he's just doomed from the get-go, because I'm already seeing a Ravane-esque move. This guy loves these type of opening plays. We've got a Rax in the Dark Age. This build has been heavily buffed because of the change to marching drills. 1.38 movement speed on these spearmen is ludicrous and usually allows you to deny a lot of value from your opponent. Value is trying to deny right now. Now, there is actually a good solution to this Dark Age Rush with Zhone, by the way, and I rarely ever see players utilize it. It's to send Zhone out. Zhone has 150 HP, 3 times what a standard villager has, and she regens. So essentially, she has infinitely more HP than anyone else. And Puppy Paw, he understands that. Love that little detail right there. You don't want to pull her out because that is idle time walking over that she's not gathering XP. But if you need to, look at how much more tanky she is. She can stand there and take quite the beating. And if you don't consistently attack her, then she'll heal anyway. So great leverage there by Puppy Paw. He just needs to get 1 load of gold here, which he'll be fine with, and then he'll have his tech up. He admittedly will not have access to a knight straight away, but you don't really want a knight when your opponent's already showing spears. So this is naturally going to force him to archers. I believe, yeah, weirdly he walked back there. I don't think Puppy Paw realized he actually has enough gold. You have to be careful sometimes. I haven't noticed sometimes that you get decimal points and it kind of screws with the numbers, but School of Cavalry now on the way, and that is going to be an insta level 2. Now, that's a really cool detail. Notice what Puppy Paw done there. Usually, you'd go up to 3 to build a School of Cavalry. The reason why he's gone 2 is because of the spear play. This is a heavy investment. 240 resources in units, 150 in buildings, right? And on top of that, because you're going for this play, you're going to exhaust the starting trees quicker, so you're likely to be in a situation where you might have to drop a lumber camp. That's a really quick read by Puppy Paw. And it means that you're going to get an optimal timing on level 2, but you're not going to be behind on Tech Age. Now, if this was any other Civ at the HRE, Puppy Paw probably would have just used Zhone, because any other Civ won't have the type of economy HRE does to now gap close on Feudal Age. Won't even let the mining count go down here. I mean, it is a little bit pricey, right, at 50 wood. I get why he wants to protect it. It's just you need to get this age up as quickly as possible. Like, that's exactly what Ravain needs from you. He needs you to react to the Spearman. So why is this matchup so HRE favored, you might ask? And I think it really comes down to the pure eclipsing in terms of economy, right? HRE's eco at the start of Feudal is so strong, and now with the marching drills, you have an ability to not only scale quickly to the point where you can snipe either form of Zhone, but also guarantee that you don't get caught in bad fights. It's a very difficult matchup for Zhone. The other issue is, you know, because Zhone can't really all in the HRE, as they can easily just set up outposts and go Castle Age, which is GG for her. Usually your only option is to go 2TC. And that feeds into the idea of this feudal build. Like, I think that's the issue right now, is with just a little bit of scouting, an HRE player can counter either choice from Zhone. Do you go Archer Zhone here? You have to scout whether it's going to be long feudal. The problem is you're not going to have a chance, right? So I think because of spears here, I'm expecting melee Zhone, which is kind of unfortunate, right? Like, you want to see if your opponent's fast castling or not, because if they're fast castling, range Zhone makes more sense. If it's long feudal, melee Zhone can be more of an assistance. Tech up complete. Archon coming in the other side. No more spears being added in, no outpost rush, nothing of the kinds. I would expect melee Zhone here. It is a Ford Spawn gold. Then again, oh, okay, this is dirty. Yeah, this is very important. Puppy Paw needs this info right now. In fact, it's worth delaying Zhone. I think he's going to get that info. Yeah, so he sees the outpost. So this is range Zhone. It has to be here. Melee Zhone is just kind of a waste. And look at this. We're already seeing the TC play. So this is interesting. The pivot from Ravain should be just to now go for a long feudal play and punish the TC. But Ravain does a different type of build with Fast Castle to what most HRE players are doing right now. He's a very big fan of the Burgrave. I think if this was a Burgrave build, you achieve the same logic as long feudal and block that second TC. This is interesting. I feel like Puppy Paw should have enough XP for Zhone by now. Might just be holding on to her for the moment. Oh, what? The melee Zhone was unexpected here, folks. I guess the logic here is it's a deterrent. Because now if Ravain all-in feudals you, you have melee Zhone to contest, right? Whereas if this was range Zhone, then HRE can more easily play an all-in feudal. At the same time, you now don't block the castle at all, right? And your TC timing isn't going to be that great. In fact, there's an overboom on wood already coming out from Puppy Paw. 600 wood in reserve here. This is not a free TC build, folks. Nice shelf with the deer from Zhone, so it looks like he's going to get a nicely placed TC here. to maximize the deer gathering. How many sheep did Ravane get? 7 is not great. The berries are also... I think they're in range of the Arkin, right? Yeah, so he can clip them. This could very easily be a Burgrave game. Regnitz is probably a little bit safer, but, you know, with the fact that there are going to be knights on the field, you've only got 3 spearmen to your name. I think it's difficult to scale spearmen now that you see Jones. So if you go Regnitz, you're going to have to wait to gather, because you'll need knights to protect you. The interesting part to me is that Puppy Paw just hasn't bothered with gold at all. He's moving out now with the outpost coming up, so it looks like he's showing a lot of respect there. And there you go. It's on the way. A new form of counter for the Zhone builds, man. It's cool because the whole idea is, you know, if Zhone goes 2TC and you go Fast Castle, Zhone's kind of happy with that. But this is different, right? This isn't Fast Castle Greed. This is Fast Castle Aggro. Farms are going to start getting laid in slowly here. I mean, it's a retractor TC, so that won't be the point of contention. The gold does have an outpost as well. And the okay, so this kind of feels bad for Puppy Paw. Like, the relics are still a contention point for Ravane to aim for, but it's not the make or break of his strategy. So now, by sending villagers out to do this, you're actually weakening your own position in the game. Wait, Puppy Paw. Okay, he at least noticed in the end. This does hurt though, right? Without Wheelbarrow, all these small details are adding up. And that's all because he never built a mill. Puppy Paw. His scout's over here, so he knew about this play. He was checking if there's more aggro coming. Love this as well. Ravane does this a lot. Because he opens with the racks, he already has men-at-arms being pumped before he completes the age up. So tech up complete. Extra men-at-arms now starting to funnel out. We have got an interruption on villager production for an additional prelate here, so he will be rushing for relics. And Puppy Paw now going into his first night, but that night is going to have a hard fight ahead of him. 3 men-at-arms in Castle Age already. More on the way. There's no other answer though, right? You have to scale knights here. That's going to take quite a bit of time. I think maybe the weak point here for Puppy Paw is the fact that he hasn't been building knights at all so far. So by the time he's going to start doing it, he's going to be completely outnumbered. Right? It all comes down to whether Ravane can keep the food pumping for this play. Dive comes in. Remember, there's no arrow slits here. And there's also no upgrade on damage, right? So these men-at-arms, especially if he gets Undermesh in a rush, will not feel a thing. I'm just getting added in so quickly. That's the nature of the Civ though, right? Second relic to be walled in. 1 already now on the way home for Ravane. Really important that he gets that gold because the Archon isn't in range of the gold, right? So he needs the relics to kind of supplement his economy a little here. Zhone goes in for the nice cleave. Problem is the men-at-arms, right? She can't contest them at all. I mean, think about this, guys. This is a really good heavy maces game. Because you went melee Zhone. And you build knights, right? The melee heavy maces counts everything. Villagers trying to run away, but no wheelbarrow here. Could end up losing a few. Good divine restoration. Minimizing the damage done, but the night dive does continue. Now, the interesting thing about this play from Ravane, it will be annoying if Zhone level 3 comes out, but it doesn't ruin his game, right? Because level 3 Zhone won't lack counters with this now being a Castle Age HRE. Oh, nice bait. Got no value out of that cleave at all. And remember, they are limited charges, right? They take a very long time to restore here. Villagers getting hit again. This time, no divine restoration to save the day. Means there are going to start being losses here. Zhone trying to stand their ground, but without a cleave, this is not very effective. Zhone down. I mean, the only upside right now is that Heavy Maces isn't there, right? So the Knights can still at least contest, but a buyback has to come in. Doesn't want to miss out on the XP. I do think that Ravane is rushing this a bit, right? No Heavy Maces is a big no-no in my eyes. Just think about it. 12 seconds, 250 gold, you could definitely have afforded that. You're floating way too much resources as it stands. So Ravane, definitely proven to be his own worst enemy here. And this is the switch we usually see out of him, right? We see this time and time again. He opens men-at-arms, and then the food starts to dry up. Has to go for something a bit more cost-efficient, so he switches into spears. That's not going to be able to peel back. Zhone has to be ignored. I mean, relics are at least being grabbed behind this, right? But I don't feel like Ravane got that much out of that play. I think he actually misplayed that. He still does not even have a blacksmith. I mean, little tip for anyone who wants to try and beat Jones with this build, like, this is how you recalibrate. Like, the blacksmith detail was poorly done by Ravane. He could have had undermesh. He could have even instead just ignored the blacksmith and went for heavy maces. Instead, he flowed way too much gold. If he at least had a monastery, this would make sense, because then it would be a case of, you know, I'm pumping gold into additional prelates. But that didn't happen either. Gotta say, Puppy Paw is starting to look in better shape now. 6 knights in the field, more coming. Some of them are fairly injured. And I do believe, yeah, he does not have chivalry yet, so he needs to be a bit careful of this. Especially when you trade like that. He does at least get the XP out of it, but giving a knight over for 1 minute arms kill doesn't feel great. I wonder, actually, could Joan end up losing these spears? It's kind of interesting, right? Because that difference in health now up to 110 means that you can't just get kills with 4 cleaves, right? It takes an extra cleave than what it would against Feudal Spearman is the point, right? So that AoE kind of loses some of its edge. Stabs coming in. Puppy Paw, well, he hasn't got archery ranges at all. Did he get tricked by this? There's no way. You have to anticipate spears as a switch, right? I mean, then again, he doesn't have a scout. He didn't really see what his opponent was up to, right? He lost that scout. So I'm wondering, maybe Puppy Paw thought that Ravane had a lot of food and it was just going to be men-at-arms only. So this overwhelming spear force is now a big problem. I mean, Joan should at least farm it up, but the knights can't really protect you. Out of time constantly here as well. Remember, if anything, Ravane's ahead now. Right, at any given time, it feels like 10 villages are idle. Then you're talking about the fact that Arkan is buffing probably 2/3 of the economy of the HRA, if not more. It's a very difficult thing to overcome at this stage in the game. Outpost now being rushed up by Puppy Paw. He needs some sort of defense. Joan does have the Divine Restoration. Might have to pump it quite quickly here. Spearmen start to get pinched. Joan being overwhelmed. Puppy Paw, what? He didn't pull her away. Buyback comes in again, but she didn't really get that much XP out of that. And now the villagers are in trouble. This is turning into pure chaos here. Puppy Paw, the eco lead doesn't seem to be building anymore. Things about to leak over onto the outpost, onto the gold. And he doesn't have much in reserve, so if he starts losing these knights, he won't be able to replace them. In fact, this should be the point where the spearmen go in for the killing blow. Several knights now falling. Joan goes down again. No buyback. 7 knights in the field, mass spearmen on the other side. And yeah, Puppy Paw at this stage, archers would have been a dream. This is turning into a nightmare. Crazy thing is, despite all the XP Joan may be getting, you're losing way too much behind this, right? Like, it is admittably, going to be 3 relics soon, another one already on the way home, 1 sitting on the ground, 1 garrisoned. The other 2 cannot be accessed yet, but the beauty of this play from Ravane is he gets into mass spears, which can then back away and burn through the walls. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, he's just trying to straight up get into Castle Age here. So I think he's given up on the idea of archers, and now he sees Arbitrary as his saving grace. Still no wheelbarrow. It's actually crazy to think how much extra resources and extra eco Puppy Paw is losing due to a lack of wheelbarrow here. And there's no excuse for it anymore, right? He could get it. I mean, I guess the excuse here is he feels like every single ounce of gold he gets has to go into knight production. Might be right. For Vayne, going the hard way about this. Trying to burn down a fortification like that. Remember, it's not just the extra 1,000 HP. It's the 5 fire armor as well. The funny thing as well is if Ravane ever goes around the back towards like the TC, he can burn that down very easily at this point. But he also should be checking the flanks, because this is a typical maneuver in the mid game. I'm surprised Ravane hasn't read into it yet. Around 15 minutes, you want to be sending units down the flanks. I mean, even sometimes as early as 12 minutes. Because in these type of games, the only way someone's going to survive is either a farm transition or food on the flanks. And on top of that, you've idled his gold, right? Like, he can't mass gold mine here. So he has to be doing it somewhere else. Heavy maces now coming in. More stables as well. Oh my god. Are we in a 1-unit challenge here? Spears versus knights. Where are all those people that said knights are OP and spears can't win? I don't think they want to see this game right now. This contradicts their presentation. Another crazy thing is spearmen are now better than going men-at-arms because of level 3 Joan. Right? Because now she's Cav. So it's kind of weird that he's going back men-at-arms now. I don't think that's entirely necessary. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw about ready to go into Castle Age. So we will eventually see the Arbitrary counter. The interesting thing is Arbitrary can counter everything HRE do, right? Like, HRE is favored up to a point. Hyper late game, Zhong can feel better. And the reason is Arbitrary with Gambesons don't care about spears, and also because they are crossbows, they counter men-at-arms. So two of the most popular players for HRE go out the window. So you kind of have to, at some point, consider Horseman, for example. Yeah, what are you on about? Best unit in the game is a villager, dude. Royal Institute coming in. Not surprised by that, considering Puppy Ball is just scaling Mass Knights. I don't like it, though. In this game, it feels really off. Like, your opponent already has Mass Spears. Even if you had 20 Knights, I'm not sure Royal Institute would be justified here. Joan is trying to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but obviously with the Marching Drill Spears, she just can't hang around that long. Remember, they move quicker than she does when they charge. Yeah, we do have crossbows coming in. Is it me, or have crossbows started to creep back into the meta? HRE just kind of forgot about them. Then they discovered archers are OP, and then it's almost like a knock-on effect was, wait, I mean, crossbows can always be good, but ours are faster, right? Ours move at the speed of normal archers. If he turns around right now, he might be able to pinch her. Heavy Maces coming in for the second time this game. Yeah, he cancelled it last time because he went Mass Spears, right? 3 relics banked. Wait, where's the 5th? Oh, wait, they're both here. I'm blind. Bit surprised he hasn't tried to burn through those walls yet. I guess the worry is if he sends all the spears up there, then the Knights will charge his base. Royal Bloodlines is on the way, so Puppy Paw... I would guess we're going to answer that question. I didn't realize this is the question we were looking to target today. What's better, Mass Spears or Mass French Knights? I'm going to side with Spears, just looking at those health bars. Good God. I mean, his aren't much prettier, but at least he has the brace at the start, which should kill about 4 Knights. Spear moving in. No fortification. No defense. Villagers on the front line immediately get blitzed. Paul still does have that 25 eco lead, but definitely a lot of it being offset by the Arkin. Spears gonna get the pinch. Joan, Divine Restoration immediately, but it's not gonna be good enough, surely! She gets away for a second, but drops in the retreat. Crossbows to the target in there. Joan down. Buyback comes in, but now that's getting expensive. 500 resources to get her back in the action. Heavy Mace is in. Two-handed means even these champions can't last long. Villagers on the front line again. Fortification did at least come through, but I just don't see the way, man. Puppy Paw, he's got to stand his ground here. Shown down to half HP already. Remember, she goes down. There's no buyback this time. There's not many knights left. 9. Which is exactly what Puppy Paw is ironically screaming while being up against the Germans here, because this is brutal. Archers also added in is kind of peculiar. I'm not sure if that was a misclick coming through. It doesn't really make much sense here. The crazy thing is Ravane is so far ahead in a weird way that just Spears alone can win this game. And the weirdness of it is the fact that Puppy Paw just going Knights has allowed that. Puppy Paw has had enough of this. He's going to try to go hunt. Troops are going to regroup though, and I mean, this should be enough to defend, right? Like, the health bars on these Knights is not impressive. Meanwhile, you're losing eco at home. He's going down. No, this was not a Knight challenge. This was a good Knight challenge. Wait, no, that's not true. That was a bad Knight challenge. We'll be saying good night after this one, though. We have at least got Ordnance Company come through, so, like, what? This is just for the gold discount, right? I don't see him switching anytime soon.
Wow, 4 months already.
What is up?
The best
Spirina, thank you very much for your sub, buddy. 4 whole months. I don't think it's going to take 4 months for Puppy Paw to tap out of this one, because he has been found. Castle's up. I think the Spears might be able to take this. It's very expensive, though. Yeah, he backs up. That's responsible. He would be able to burn that down, but it would cost him most of the army. It's not worth it. You have an overwhelming lead, right? Sure, your opponent's camping in the corner, but he doesn't have much variability here, much flexibility, much room, especially when it comes to a farm transition, which I think we're approaching that point soon. Yeah, he's even started on the opposite flank. Wait, could you just landmark snipe your way to victory here? I mean, it's a lot of torches, right? I kind of think you could. TC's the obvious first choice, right? Just stop any more eco escalation. We talked about how powerful this burn through would be. Crossbow's a little bit exposed. Does force Puppy Paw to commit, though, and this is not a fight you want to touch. Joan? Whoa, girl. Puppy Paw... I don't even know if there's a switch you can make now. Arbitrary is the only one that might make sense, but he doesn't have Consecration set up for that. So I'm going to try to keep cutting reinforcements. But I think we are at the stage where Ravane could just start all-inning the base. Right? Just burn through everything. You've got so much torch power here. Remember, that's a fortified outpost. You wouldn't believe it, though. Villagers to the afterlife. You could actually burn these stables right now. It's very valuable. Like, if Puppy Paw's goal here is just to play mass knights, then you relies heavily on the consecration. So taking that out is worthwhile. Oh, he built a blacksmith. He just didn't get anything from it. Like, what do you get here? Right? You've got knights with high base damage, so melee attack doesn't change anything. You take bonus damage, so melee defense doesn't really change much. Maybe military academy, but you haven't got enough economy. And that's it. He finally realized, he's like, why am I messing around with this crap anymore? 3 landmarks on one screen? There's no way he can kill me quicker. There's no way he can find me here. TC is down. Dude, Ravane is looking like an absolute beast on the HRE right now. It's such a different style to what we're seeing as well, right? Like, this guy, last resort is Rams. He'd rather just reach the point where he can do this. And reminder, this is Puppy Paw on his David Kim account. This is a guy who we expect to make podium finishes, top 3 finishes in tournament play. And Ravane has just unraveled him like a very basic yarn of string. Wonder, was there another way Joan could have played this? Probably not. At this point, she might as well be Queen of the Undead. She's spending so much time on the floor. Nice with the clash. The final stand attempt. It's just not going to work. This is with Royal Bloodlines, by the way. Royal Bloodlines, and it simply does not matter. The numbers don't lie. That, folks, is why HRE counters Joan. One example of many you'll see. That's also why Ravane has quickly been climbing his way into the top 20 consistently throughout the season. This guy loves this play. This guy thrives on this play. And now he's going to be bathing in the bloods of champions. Pretty cool game. Goodness gracious. I don't know. What do we call that one? Is it Joan's biggest nightmare? Champ. One sec, just need to type out the title. HRE counters Joan no matter what you do. There we go. Boom. What's up, Omega? You remember when you and Ravane first installed the game? Really? How long ago was that? I think Ravane was playing from Season 1, right? I don't think that's when he started. Alright, but that in mind, we do now have a show match. So let me update the title. I think this was $100 show match. Let me just double check that detail. So they're using the Master of Realms draft here. It should be an interesting one. You've been in time, now you can't even hold 15 minutes. Sheesh. You know what you do, dude? You're like, yeah, but you suck at Overwatch. I'll beat you there. There you go. One sec. I need to quickly send something across to someone. Give me 1 second. I need to send a message because I totally forgot about something. There you go. Stick on that screen so it's less weird. Alright, there we go. Just had to send booking information. You were yelling for not getting the maces? Dude, like... he has some weird approach in some of these games, but like the spinman actually worked out because it wasn't getting countered. So the heavy maces was kind of like, it reached a point where it wasn't that critical actually. Earlier on, the heavy maces would have been a good idea. Him not getting heavy maces super early was definitely a bit of a blunder. Alright, so let's get the Myriad core games ready. So game numero un. Oh god, it's a Hill and Dale game. Oh. If you couldn't tell, I have a great disdain for Hill and Dale. Yeah, it's not exactly a map that I'm a big fan of. If you used to do it in every match, I mean, no, there's some matches where it makes sense, but like that one isn't one of them. That one's one where you definitely need it. So yeah, it's a little bit weird from him. Just because your opponent is opening knights and also has Zhone in melee form, right? That's a justification. Once she's level 3, you don't need it anymore. You need spears. But let's have a look. Let's top of the score on. Oh, I need to update the YouTube side, don't I? Give me a sec. Let me just... So, I'm going to put Master of Realms in the title because it's using that draft, so it's the easiest way for people to understand what's happening here. And I think we'll get ready to go. Ooh. Take a sip of my drink first. Y'all ready for this? We done it. We got them there. Core and Myriad in Master of Realms. In spirit. Welcome to the $100 Showmatch using the Master of Realms draft format here. We have got not a Play 05, let me correct that. It is a BO5. If you guys are not familiar with the Master of Realms draft, the way it works is that you have 5 different categories of maps. You've got the open, you've got the close, you've got the water, the hybrid, and the chaos. And we kick this series off on the closed selection. It's going to be Hill and Dale, Myriad beginning the series with the Delhi, and Core on the Chinese. Now that is a pretty harsh counter for the Delhi, especially on a map like this. Historically, Delhi have performed really well in Hill and Dale. In fact, they overtook and eclipsed the former King's HRE here. But what people quickly discovered is one of the most annoying civs for Delhi to face is this civ. China. And the reason is that the Chinese can actually just barbican drop the central sacred site, which blocks your win condition. It also cuts off a quick rotation towards their base or between the 2 sacred sites and gives them longevity in the game to then go for their own greed. So yeah, the difference here between other civs that want to, for example, go 2TC or play greedy is that when they do that, there's a ticking time bomb, right? That sacred site win condition becomes an all-in focus point. But the Barbican, we've seen it time and time again. It's such an obnoxious defense to try and take out. It requires such a big resource investment that it often costs you the game to even try and kill it. So what will Myriad's thought process be in reaction to that? Is there maybe a fast castle build here that's unexplored with the Delhi? Because the other problem, right, is like if you get stuck at the point you have to all in against the Chinese, they're going to open Barbican but come back for Imperial Academy. The reason that's a problem is Chuge and New Spam over time will build up to a point that it can counter everything the Delhi do. This is usually why the Chinese are so favored. I'd say about 75, 80% favored, in fact, in this matchup. Is that Barbican detail removes the win condition. And Delhi players, quite often, when we watch them lose these games in Feudal Age, it's because of the all-in into the enemy base, right? The goal is to fight in the mid-map where you know you have an advantage at all times. Whenever you have to go into the enemy base, that's when variables skew against you. So we'll see if Core tries to lean into that, because moment of truth in a second. Villager has been pulled. So indeed, we are going to be seeing the Barbican play come out. So should be dropped right here. That should be good enough. And that's also going to give you the vision to see your opponent coming in on the front side. He could go deeper, but that would run a risk of Ghazi arriving quick enough. Yeah, kind of ludicrous the way that this Civ works, right? The fact that he should be able to get that Barbican up before there'd ever be a response. We have seen a few Delhi players try to adapt their builds to counter this play. One such adaptation is to send 2 villagers out to meet that play and then counter it. That one is a bit of a gamble, though, because basically what you get into is a game of how many villagers are you willing to send, right? And it's almost like a bidding process, and the winner is whoever just brings more inherently. So yeah, I think that's why Delhi players, although they started to experiment with that build, they've quickly realized that it's too much of a gamble, unless you want to send 8 villagers. But I mean, even then, depending on the spawn, there's a world in which the Chinese send 8 villagers, right? Like, for example, in Dry Arabia, you can sometimes get the ball close enough to a sacred site that it's worth sending 8 out. Deer not shoved in, by the way. This is really important. You want to get the maximum gold via taxation right now for Imperial Academy. So if you shove in the deer, you get less tax generation here. So it's better to do it this way. I imagine we're going to be looking at a standard Ghazi opening, right? I don't think that's good for Myriad here, though. Ghazi need targets, right? And this is a very hard map to raid into due to the natural affinity for walling that Hillandale has, right? With the cliffs, it's just so easy to box yourself in. If he does at least go archers, you could draw up a blacksmiths and rush towards rams. You're probably looking at, what, 2 rams to clear this? So it would take quite a while, but it would unlock your win condition. The question mark is going to be, by the time it does, is the Eco League going to be too big for Core? There you go, Imperial Academy in the way. You'll see this every game. I mean, it's incredibly, incredibly rare to not see Imperial Academy in a game of Chinese. Ever since they buffed it to give the discount, this thing is out of this world levels of good. Nicely deception on the deer shove, but I don't think it's good enough here. Yeah, a little bit annoying this deer dying over here because it's not near your mill, but you're noticing Core's just trying to shove them in now. Remember, when you're playing Chinese, you don't want to push towards the TC, you want to push towards the mill. Because you can't supervise the TC. My god, how busted that would be. I imagine there was a version of the game where you could, and it was completely unreasonable. Undermesh straight away. Yeah, so Myriad's opted for the double blacksmith play. It kind of makes sense. If you don't think you can do immediate damage, then there's no point dropping the stables ASAP. Double blacksmiths will give you the counter to undermesh against the Chiganu very quickly. It'll also set you up nicely for Bloomery, Steel Arrow, and whatnot. It looks like we are still going to be going back for that stables after the fact. Timing's not great for it though, right? Walls are already on the way up from Core, so it's going to just funnel the center of this map. Spears. This is the cut and dry, right? You open spears, Ghazi come in, and then if you see another reaction, it's just Chugenu. But just this initial denter to the timing is going to be frustrating for Myriad. He has gone for the archery range straight away, so correct read there. I'm trying to think if there's a harder matchup for the Delhi right now. This is by far, I think, one of the harshest. There's the confirmed archery ranges. Now, the nice thing as well about playing China against Delhi, another thing that they strip away is Delhi usually have a huge production edge. You don't against the Chinese, right? Like, because of the military efficiency we garrison scholars, it's very powerful, sure, but once Imperial Academy is online, you can afford to get these extra taxmen out as supervisors. And here's a crazy thought for you guys. The taxman could do a lot more in this game than a Delhi Scholar. But Delhi Scholar costs more, courtesy of that discount. Now, someone's going to say, well, that's not a fair point. KP, you could always just build the Dome of Faith. Yeah, but if you build the Dome of Faith, you're locked out of the Tower of Victory. If you build the Barbican, you're not locked out of the Imperial Academy, right? Like, it's a very different approach in that regard. You know, in a lot of ways, it's kind of an insane landmark now, right? If you think about it, because of that discount being there, you're getting 100 resource almost rebate on your tech up, while then also getting increased villager production, access to Chuganu. Right? It's crazy just how many boxes it takes. And then, of course, the double taxation means you kind of reap the rewards much quicker from the surrounding buildings. Chuganu starting to pump. Blacksmith's on the way. And the wall-in is about to be complete. So Myriad looks like he's trying to just secure the outside sacred sites. Ghazi are in for the bad news on the flank there. Yeah, I'm not even sure if Myriad plays more of this age, per se. I guess the paranoia is if you don't invest in military, then core will. A Chuganu all-in is a very dangerous thing for the Delhi. They don't have a great counter at the beginning of Castle for it. But at the same time, I'm just not seeing what the follow-up play is going to be for him here. And even the capture seems to be delayed, right? Like, he should have been out probably an extra 30 seconds ago. Sanctity was already unlocked. I think this is one of those situations where Myriad had a very clear timing in mind for capturing the central sacred site. But because it's against the Chinese, it skews his timings. So he's very inefficient with his captures. What else can Myriad do? I watch a lot of AoE 4, a lot. And the fact that I'm kind of racking my brain as to what the way is to Myriad kind of tells you how tough this is. I've seen a lot of solutions. I've seen a lot of counters. I've watched a lot of Hill and Dale over the years. But this is still one of those very perplexing matchups to me. It's just kind of a very cut and dry approach for the Chinese, right? It feels like when you get this particular matchup, and this is why I think Hill and Dale is the type of map that forces these situations more, and I don't like it for that. It's more on your opponent making a mistake than you doing something right, necessarily. And that never feels good. Myriad does at least have the sacred site secured now. With the walls up, they shouldn't really be taken away from him. So we are starting to bulk up on that Chuganu count. And that worries me more than almost anything here. Especially if Core kind of camps either behind the tree lines or near the Barbican, he creates choke points or blockers, so Ghazi can't counter him, right? Just trying to be annoying flank. Backstab is going to come in here. Luckily for Myriad, he does have that little pass to retreat through. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, there's not many matchups where Delhi archers feel bad on the trade and retreat like that, but these Chuganu masses are one of them. You saw what happened. The moment he turned around, he kills the spear, but he ends up losing 2 archers. It looks like Myriad is starting to stockpile resources, so this is a good sign. The bad sign is Core is already up to 24 Chuganu and climbing, right? The bad news is that he has a direct route to your base because the Barbican drop. I think what Myriad needs to do now is wall. Wall like 3 layers to buy time. The problem is that is going to make it very obvious that you're teching. To have more stables coming in. It's wild how quickly the Song Dynasty lead builds as well. Obviously, 4 this is going to be taxmen, but the rest is just eco. No worker kills in this game whatsoever. Just all Song power. Sacred Site did also get decaps in Myriad. Yeah, the timings were most definitely off then in this game. We mentioned it for the cap on the Sanctity originally, but then on top of that, not even getting the wall-ins here. Means you're pretty weaker weak. Weaker weak? I guess that works. Eco weak. You're weaker. The crazy part is Mirai could have been pulling the trigger on tech up, right? But because he's paranoid about the upcoming fight, he keeps investing more into military. If only you could stonewall in feudal age. That's the counter to Chuganu. No, don't do that. Because that's then Chuganu will do the same thing. As in China will just build walls, go imp. Flash coming in. Spear count isn't that high on the front line. That's because Core is rallying them forward. He's got double the spears in reserve. Looks like siege engineering is on the way. Myriad, I mean, at this point, this is what I always fear with the Barbican detail, right? Is like the time it takes you to clear that play, what's the ramifications? What's the eco lead by the time you get rid of it? And can you even afford then to build 400 wood worth of rams, for example, when you know your opponent's economy is going to allow him to pump more units? Capture attempt coming in again. I wonder if Core just lets it happen and techs at this point. Because this is the other scary thing in this matchup, is like they either overwhelm you absolute mass Chiganu, or they tech up instead, right? And I think that's why you're seeing Myriad, he keeps investing more into military. It's that paranoia that happens, right? Because if he tries to rush Castle Age, Chinese rushes the Castle Age, China gets more immediate value by far out that Castle Age. Their army will be upgradable. They will be able to pump out monastery units to try and contest relics very quickly. They'll be able to pump out knights much quicker than you because they'll have more economy. And it looks like he's going to try to clear that Barbican. Ram being built. Still, look at the military situation. This is expensive, yeah. It looks like Myriad was ready to just bite the bullet and go castle, but I don't even know if that's on the table anymore. Not without more troops to defend, ain't. Myriad also just trickling away troops to their death. Wood's about to be blocked out. He has at least got some potential on the flanks here. Gonna make it difficult to keep scaling the archer count. Archer count is already drastically losing. Ghazi looking for the wraparound. Spearmen aren't going to peel back. No, Myriad, no! This is how you lose a fight! He thought he was being crafty. He thought he was being creative, but all he'd done is guarantee that the Spearmen will not get countered by the archers, and the Chiganu can stand on the front. Ghazi wrapping back around. Cool. A little bit of a missed micro there, but Spearmen are going to rally forward again. Ghazi, no, wait, what? Oh, no. The Ghazi. I think he misclicked there. He attacked a unit instead. The Ghazi weren't even fighting. And that's it. Game done. Game one will be going to Core here. Definitely what I call an outdraft in the opening game. Delhi versus Chinese, an uphill battle. But Myriad, I mean, it kind of scramble-brained a bit, right? Thought he's being creative, just gave an easy win for the Spim to survive. Then the misclick with a Ghazi. It's crazy because it could have made a difference here, right? The archer count may have been able to hold on a little bit longer against the Chiganu. But I think even with that in mind, the truth of the game was inevitable here, right? Castle's about to be on the way for Core. He's got an overwhelming military lead, 20 eco up. It's a win for the German, and there can be no denial of it now. It's good to see Delhi lose. It's bad to watch China win, right? Mixed bag of fruits there. But really well executed by Core. It is I still consider this a brain-dead strat with Shugun on this type of map, but, you know, he had to be on point with the micro. There were a few crafty ideas there by Myriad in that final fight, at least. But Core, always ready and aware. Clearly, his time in Valorant has paid off. His reaction speed has improved, and he's now a force to be reckoned with. Well, Myriad doesn't seem to think the game is over. Psych! Game one, folks, but plenty more to come. Remember, this is a best of 5. Yeah. I think genuinely that is just a like outdraft on the opening map. So let's look a little bit deeper at what we potentially got here. Because I'm wondering if that's going to be a theme. Because it's a good, strong opener from Core. But throwing China out at the start, like, anyone can do that, right? China is a very powerful civ in the current map draft. He has actually got Byzantines, Abbasids, Order Dragon. So what? We're probably going... I think we go Archipelago next, right? Yeah, Archipelago. So this has to be... What? Order of the Dragon is... You can do Abbasids. I actually think Abbasids is kind of underrated for water maps. The problem is they're good for land maps. So they'll have too much value later on in the series. So it has to be OOTD, right? Meanwhile, for Myriad, We all like easy wins, don't we? You know what he's going to pick, guys. It has to be Zhuji here. Yeah, I do think that actually Myriad got a quite nice draft with that. Iabid, Japanese, and Zhuji is a really solid comp. Mongols also has a lot of viability in the current map pool, depending on the map. So let's hop into game 2. Let's see how it performs. Oh, let me flip that score quickly. Game 2 of this Master of Realms draft between Core and Myriad. $100 on the line, and Core already getting one step closer to a big tip for the barmaid. Myriad looking to strike back quick, though. Zhuji's legacy have crafted quite the legacy, actually, on this particular map, because we are, in fact, on Archipelago. Archipelago, whatever you can pronounce it. Very powerful pick. Order of the Dragon on the other side. Not terrible. I'd put them like probably top 5 for this map. But nothing really quite comes close to Zhuji. I feel like anytime I see Zhuji right now, I've yet to see a single strategy that feels better on Archipelago. I dare say that anytime Zhuji loses, it is simply the other player outplayed him. Or, you know, you're in a Zhuji mirror. But mirrors can't happen in this tournament. But look at this spawn for Order of the Dragon. It's not too bad of a one, actually. They'll be able to have the golden range with the fat wood line. They'll even be able to like inject this deep enough to hit a lot of straggler trees. That's really what you're looking for. The nice thing about OOTD compared to HRE is HRE will be better for the first 10 to 15 minutes. Order of the Dragon maintain the situation later in the game. Because the Gathering Ray is embedded in the villages, not in the Archon, right? The Archon is just a buff on top. And I think it works out like 47.5% with the extra 15% compared to the 40% of the HRE. Now, the interesting detail is actually, use the counter argument I get about the Order of the Dragon is that the villagers take longer to produce. So you have less of them. Now, that's an interesting counterpoint, because how about this for a fun counterpoint? They do take longer to produce. In fact, every time your opponent gets 6 villagers, you'll have 5. But think about the maths involved in this. You've got 28% more gathering rate on each villager. So 28% times by 5 is 140%. Which means that, actually, in terms of the value of their economy, the dragon villagers are still ahead of atypical civs without gathering rate buffs, right? Because they end up with an extra 40% surplus gathering rate buff. So I don't mind Order of the Dragon from that perspective. I think the bigger issue is, compared to HRE, compared to Zhuji, compared to Chinese, that opening play is going to be weaker. So you have to get it right. And that's why I wouldn't be surprised if Core delays his reaction. Usually when you're against Zhuji, they're going to get the first move, and it's going to be Archership. So you're better off just going Sprinkle straight away instead of trying to contest Archer and Archer. Need less houses Order of Dragon? That is true. That's a really cool detail. The other more important thing is actually the build speed. So you build houses quicker, you build your landmark quicker, you build the docks quicker. That's really important because that's one of the many edges Zhuji has, right? Zhuji have the 20% at the start already. Meditation Gardens are disgusting on Archipelago, and it will be on this one. On top of that, they build their landmarks even quicker than all the Dragon do. So yeah, a lot of frustration points, and then of course the Escalate and the Rico quicker via the 10% production speed. So fishing boats coming out every 23 instead of 25 seconds. And let's not forget the Tang Dynasty discount. Because remember, one of these players is going to pay the full 600. The other's only going to pay 510. Actually, this will be a decent medi. I don't think it'll be an absolutely broken one, right? Because unfortunately, the wood line is a little bit disingenuous, but it should be fairly good. You can probably just plop it here, just overlap with the lumber camp a bit. So probably looking at 50 gold and I'd say about 34 wood. And yes, Core Delete the Scout. This has become quite popular with a lot of players at the moment because it saves you more pop space, so you don't have to build a house as quickly. Ergo, you have a fishing boat extra sooner than your opponent would. I'm still not convinced it's fantastic. It depends on the matchup because there are generally some matchups where you want to have a scout still, right? Like against the king. Of course, Island looks like a fish. No, it doesn't. It looks like a gazelle that's missing its legs. Myriad's Island just looks like a toasty. That is a heavily laced island, by the way. I don't know what's going on with the spawns at the moment with Archipelago, because I feel like we're very, very frequently seeing these type of maps where there's no central island, really. I think these are the worst ones. The ones where you actually have 4, at least, large-sized islands, 5 preferably, I think are the funnest ones we've watched. Because that way you have these kind of sneaky eco plays that can potentially happen. Tech up coming through soon. Looks like Core is scouting. That's the correct play. He needs to kind of gauge where his opponent is to know where the attack's coming from. Wait, is he scouting? Oh, is he checking if he can gather around the back safely? That's kind of cool, but also very expensive. There's a lot of idle time involved in this process. However... oh, come on! No. All right, there is an insane amount of idle time now involved in this process. That's painful. In a game where you know you're probably behind on fishing boats, that doesn't feel good. Yeah. They're evil, even right now, but like realistically, the Zhuji should be able to start eclipsing you on the count. Take complete. Look at the difference, man. Core's timing was so much delayed. There's an archer ship, and now a Springwood as well. Meanwhile, Core's going to have an archer ship at the same time the Springwood's going to be out. Good news is at least it won't be in your face. Bad news is the archer ship most definitely will. Notice he targets the lone fishing boat, by the way. At first, the assumption when we started seeing this on water a lot was that attacking clump boats is better. It's not. It's much better to go after solo boats because when you attack clump boats, they share the damage, right? Because these are instances of attacks, it means once it hits a hitbox, it can't hit something else in the same spot. So it means in this situation, right, you might hit this one with 1 arrow, this one with 2, this one with 1, this one with 1. It's going to take way too long to kill like that. So much better just to go in, move closer and closer to one boat and kill it. Cool, Sprung ship now on the way. Oh, but Myriad's is already here, so cool. Looks like he does actually at least have the Sprung come out quick enough. Well, I say that, there's a demo already. Myriad. Whoa, boy. Archer ship is getting baited. I think Core's going to have to pull for repairs soon. Demo coming out, though. Myriad. Uh-oh. His archer ship's too far forward. It's going to go down. Nicely played there. And the demo can't deny this either. So good hold by Core. Myriad in retreat. And he's taken too much damage there. I think he's going to end up losing that boat. That's even worse. Wait, what? Okay, that was way too greedy. Core. Oh, Core, no. That would have been huge. Core, he messed up. He got greedy. He saw 2 boats together, and he clicked on the one with full HP. So the other one took secondary blast damage, right? If he'd actually clicked and then turned and clicked on this one, he would have gotten the kill and still heavily injured the second. So big mistake there. Missed opportunity for Core to take an overwhelming lead, and now he finds himself overwhelmed entirely, right? 3 Springwalls to 1. Oh. Need to pump up the food numbers. The demo player's coming. Archer ship count isn't looking pretty for this. Wait, so I'm confused. Okay, wait, Core, I thought you could go around there. I guess he just doesn't want to risk it? Yeah. But now you're splitting your attention more, right? Like, you are building up your eco more, granted. The thing I like about having fishing boats in more exposed positions, though, is that they come in clutch for healing. When you build the rest of your fishing fleet behind like this, they can't serve that purpose at all. Also, the ceiling's pretty low here, right? Just 3 deep water fish. Demos. They're flirting. Myriad. Okay. Little bit of a mistake made there. The best part is when he actually didn't pay attention, he was dodging shots. One demo is going to find a connect there. And fishing now at risk. Notice the Myriad are just skirting it to hit them up as well. Nice micro. So 2 fishing boats down. Cool. Doesn't have a lead. Myriad, plenty of time to back up here. That was kind of cool, right? The demos did nothing, but it kind of shows you just how strong this timing is of the Zhuji, that even with the demos completely whiffing, he still was able to find value in that fight. And by the way, we didn't talk about this Medigarden. I assumed he'd just go for the wood line because every player does. I kind of like what he's done here, though. I've been asking for more players to utilize the food because it is good. 36 food, 8 wood, 25 gold, 25 stone. The only thing I don't like about this is the stone. I don't think in this matchup you should be ever in a position where you need to use the stone. You're meant to be the aggressing party. What it could make sense for Myriad is if he's thinking of going Castle Age quickly, then the stone emplacements on the docks will cover that play. Cool. Now hunting. German boys moving out. Demos are being prepped for the defense by Myriad. No arrow slits though. A little bit surprised by this choice. I mean, he could afford it now. Demos. Giving it extra wallet value as they go through the fishing boats. Four, only with 2 galleys on the front side though. You'd rather have no stone than stone? I'd rather have more wood than stone. Demos getting picked apart. Especially considering like this map typically is about the demo pump timings, and getting more wood, more gold gives you more of that. Ooh, speaking of those demos, a miss micro there, cool. Fudged it. And yeah, that's true. He could also get more food. Actually, like, he screwed up. He could get more food, and he could get the stone still. So he placed a suboptimal meditation garden. Because there's no reason he shouldn't have these extra 2 berries, right? Like, look at the size of that, then look at the size of these, and then look at that. Yeah, he kind of rushed it a bit. Calm a moment here. So both players reset. The thing is, core shouldn't just be content like this, because whenever you do this, there's a risk that Zhuji are teching, right? This Civ is disgusting for this play, exactly. Like, anyone who tries to play Archipelago against Zhuji will understand what I'm saying here. There is a deep, uncomfortable sense of paranoia when you don't know what this Civ is doing. Right? Because the tech up comes in so fast that you can't really contest it. And the upgrades take no time whatsoever. Remember, Armored Hull only takes 27 seconds, right? The Spiral Cruise, 32 seconds. Yeah, don't ask me why the production speed also applies to research, but it does. So cool, knows he has to go on the offensive again. This could play into Myriad's hand though. Demo, whoa boy, calm down. Arch ships diving in. Myriad, what? Demo's around the back though. Oh, cool, he can't react quick enough. Myriad from both sides. Mansa sails to retreat. Core trying to return fire now, but the micro was off there. The misclick, the idle out, means the incendiary ships do not do enough damage here. Myriad will be able to hold. What a sick move. One side we kind of saw coming, but the double wrap just on point here. Now Core may have overextended. Needs to start retreating. Demo ship won't be able to get in. Return fire 1 looks decent. Second is not going to hit. However, the military lead is quite apparent here. Core may have a lot of archer ships, but his Springwood ship count is shrinking. Oy, 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 what a scrappy affair there. Core looked like he was in a very confident position, but once again, this is what the Juji do to you, right? They force you to overcommit. They force you to go check them each and every time, and that offers up a defender's advantage. And you might be wondering, well, can't Order the Dragon just rush castle as well? Don't they get value as well? Sure, to a certain extent, but they're going to build it up slower. They're going to be slower to pick up the relic. They're also going to have this struggle in terms of the tech unlock times. It doesn't feel good to have to race like that. You know you'll always be a few seconds shy. Cool. I wonder if he's just going to go for it now. A lot of food and gold being held by both players here, so they're both thinking the same thing. And yeah, I have been getting tired of that in tournaments. I've already relayed that to the devs. Not that will change anything, because they just don't bother to upgrade Capital Age. But it is dumb that right now, if you guys are trying to track the fights based on these things up here, you have to wait for the sinking ship to disappear. It is still technically fighting until it's gone. Right? Like, watch this military count. 47, 47, 47, 47, 47, 47. Okay, do it. Wait, did it do it right that time? I don't think it did. Yeah, like there, right there. What just happened there? Core's military number just went down. Why? You see what I mean. Anyway, both players did go for the tech up. Armored hull now on the way. And yeah, I was keeping an eye on the ones in the back. I was waiting for them to come out. But like this, like it's not even reliable the way that it ticks out. Like you saw that with the count going down for Core. Ooh, this is sick. I love this priority. A lot of people tend to go Sprint Cruise instead, but this is kind of cool, right? It's bold to go in scenarios against this many archer ships. So like, if Myriad pulls it off, it's kind of Giga Chad, right? It's definitely him flexing because it should be very difficult to do against this much archer fire. Spiral Crew definitely would have been the much safer bet. How's that fishing in the corner for Core? Oh, he's not running out though, so he's balanced it reasonably well. How many fishing boats are we talking about as well? 12 to 20. Good God. The fact that Core isn't ahead concerns me. With that many fishing boats, you should be a mile ahead. At least on food. Oh, Myriad. Fool me once, he says. Not again, though. However, look at the chop. Myriad moving in to divide here. Be respectable, though. A lot of demos coming your way. Archer ship count isn't exactly insane here. Demo spreading out. Fishing boat. Sends in the bay. Demos diving deep. Remember, the explosive tech is there. However, the archer ships hold strong. Myriad still has one demo smuggled in here. He's going to send it through, but the archer ships do contest. A lot of sprints being lost. A lot of archer ships being lost for Core, though. Down to just 2 of them now. Myriad still with an 0-1 lead when it comes to sprint count, but remember the difference here. One side did go for the sprint cruise, the other one continues to neglect it, even when it would make sense. Ships are diving in. Wait, what? Oh, that's a misclick. That's a mistake. Cool. Needs to retreat. Myriad now going for the sprint cruise, so the detail that's missing is on the way. Demos. Myriad is playing with fire right now. What is this? 3 ships go down. That was so unnecessary. More still to fall. Nice split up there. Minimizes the losses. Still, all of a sudden, Core now with the lead. 6 demos, made that 7. Spiral count in his favor. Myriad, the overextension may have just cost him everything here. Depends on if the demos can find their targets. A lead in. Archer ship does get juked out. Demo does connect again. Myriad on the edge now. What is going on? Is he going in? This is wild if so. Like, it's so vile that he's even trying this right now. I don't know if it's just, he's just feeling lost, but it looks like he's trying to go for Imperial Age. Can't demo. Not going to connect. Or is it? What? Oh, Core, no! Not like this! He's not respecting the explosive range either. I can't believe this. Myriad should be dead. But the explosive tech completely bailed him out there. Core loses the backbone of the fleet. Unbelievable. And Myriad, all of a sudden, that stone choice is paying off because now he has a means to at least try to hold with the arrow slits. Demos are going to detonate one of the docks, but the other ones still standing firm. I can't believe that, man. Core, I don't think he realized the explosive tech was taken. Because in fairness, this tech is usually overlooked by a lot of players in these early castle engagements, right? That being said, does he not have it as well? He does. Love this, by the way. He went for the relic garrison, so a 5% increased attack speed. I think that might be also why Myriad considered explosive tech first. It's because he understood in a Springwood war he'd just lose. Taking the breather. Looks like the rest of the army is back. Docks are starting to fall for Myriad. I think he just, at this stage, maybe even a Springald? But I guess the issue, like, it's wood, right? So, like, surely a marketplace would work here. Sell to get wood. Or rather, buy wood. Extend core. Dude, this guy's playing out of his mind right now. Palace of Swabia on the way. This is over. There's no possible way. Myriad, he got caught with his hand in the greedy jar, trying to go for Baochuans by the looks of it. Now he's never going to see him. I can't believe that. I mean, reminding the people, the Dragon are not meant to be the favored party here, but they are when they're in the hands of court. Match point already for the German. Ooh. Oh, that is a spicy meatball. That I did not see coming. Well played, Mr. Myriad. Let's actually see something. Let me double check something. One sec. Give me a second, we'll get into the next game. I just need to check something. Sorry guys, I'm just checking something for a flight. Needs to be organized. Wait, what was that? Yo, sup, Paplop. Thank you for the gift of sub, buddy. Dude, I don't know why. I'm going to have to sort that when I have a chance. Give me a sec. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Dude, why are these flight things so annoying? Sorry, I just need to double check this quickly. What the hell, dude? This whole thing is so confusing. I hate freaking like checking flight costs. It's so weird. £231 to euros. Wait, what? Dude, my keyboard keeps resetting the count. Jeez. Yeah, I hate that airports do this crap where like they track your your booking data and then they sometimes try and scam you on the prices. Like I don't know if you guys know this. It's the same with booking for like hotels and travel packs or whatever. Sometimes wiping your cookie data and everything will genuinely get you better deals. Same with changing browser. And then yeah, of course, that's another reason why you guys need to get your hands on the Surfshark VPN. You need to use the EDC code because then you guys can get cheaper flights to like Germany and the UK and Norway, all these different places. Boom, we figured it out. All right, anyway, let's get ready for the next game because we're not done yet. There's still a chance at a reverse. And the next pick is actually really good. Like this is where I think Mirai will get a point on the board because it's going to be Japanese versus Abbasids. I actually think people are sleeping on Byzantines on 4 legs. Think about it, right? Oh, crunchy guys. You can do emplacements. You don't need to really do naval warfare. You just fish. You fish and you get horsemen and you raid. So yeah, I think people kind of sleep a pick on that detail. God, I'm starting to realize like how nice it is in esports where I don't have to worry about like flight details. It's because I was we need to switch scores because I do like a little bit of tech conference work as well, right? And if they wanted to fly me out, like they wouldn't. I think usually they'd aim to just give you a number, and you'd be like whatevs, right? You could choose to fly first class if you want. You do whatever you want with the rate you're going to get, right? In esports, we actually do it very different, where we don't even look at hotels or flights or whatever. We just let the TO sort that. And then, you can do last-minute changes like upgrade to first class if you want to, but outside that, it's like fixed. Time for the third game of the series. Myriad's back fully up against the wall. He looks to stand still here on 4 legs. We've got Japanese going up against Cause Abbasids. Abbasids is definitely an interesting pick here, actually. Japan still feels like the king of 4 legs, but I actually think the Abbasids in particular have a few builds that nullify a lot what the Japanese do. Because you see, the reason why Japan looks so dominant here is because this is a map solely about fishing. You can try to contest the ponds, but for the most, it's going to be about your ability to boom fishing boats. Japan is one of the best civs at doing this due to the low cost in wood of only 45 wood per fishing boat. The fast castle build that comes after it is enabled by all that fish that allows them to go into Mounted Samurai, to go into Mass Samurai, Onobugisha, whatever they want to dominate and flood the map. But a lot of that relies on the opening Koka Township play to block out initial aggression, protect your docks, and also delay your opponents. This is where the Abbasids step into the arena as a force to be reckoned with. Military wing is where your brain's going to go first, but it's actually not about the military wing. The military wing definitely helps to offset the first shinobi. The S-tier maneuver, though, that Abbasids can make is actually camel archers. We've seen a few players starting to experiment with this. Camel archers are the bane of a Japanese player's existence because they can't scale into the shinobi. They can't easily then go into Yumi. They cannot play foot infantry. They basically just have to play Cav. It's their only option. And if they have a bad spawn where the gold is forward or where they just don't actually outpost the gold, the game can be over in Feudal Age. We've even seen this as early as, I think it was yesterday we cast a game where that happened. So I hope Myriad kind of learns that detail because otherwise this could be a very quick one. Another kind of annoying thing, by the way, is even if you do outpost, an outpost on its own doesn't protect you against the Abbasids. unless you clear up the initial units, because otherwise, remember, the Abbasids, the other thing that makes them really nice against the Japanese is that they're a civ that already have the ability to build rams the moment they hit feudal age. In fact, because it's a water map, we know how kind of inherently sluggish the beginning of this is going to be in this matchup. We're going to speed up a bit. I don't want to see Myriad going for double pond straight away. I've seen a few Japanese players do this. It's kind of a mistake. You need to get into the Coca pretty quick here, otherwise you lose all value. One of the biggest frustrations I have when I see Coca plays flop is because players get too greedy. Coca Township is definitely a timing-based play. If you wait too long, it has 0 value. And it looks like Myriad does understand that, so yeah. We'll keep inflating the boats because they're insanely cheap, but isn't going to overextend. Other side of it, I was kind of expecting Core to maybe go for double dock here. He's not bothering at all. And also, we are getting very defensive on the pond. Overly defensive on the pond. Yeah, a little bit surprised that he put this much effort into this area in particular. This doesn't bode well. Core hasn't started his tech up yet, and Coca Township's on the way. This is a lot of wood, by the way. Every time he does a new segment, remember, the starting cost is 21 wood and then 7 per each tile. He's spending a lot on this. With the way he's walling, this is not efficient at all. Oh, God. He's still going. So this is another thing that I think makes the Japanese really quite busted on this map, is the idea that you can drop a dock in the center, you see practically everything, and then what you do to finish off is you just move out and build a house like here, gather fish, and then finish off with a wall. Right? Like, the difference between these two is that the villager, if they've both done similar things, like, Myriad's options would make his villager an asset gathering for him, while Core's does not. And not just that, it's a culture wing play. Wait, is he trying to fast castle? Okay, so I get that play on the land maps against maybe Japanese, definitely against some like Ibids. I don't understand it on 4X though. I'm really hoping this is something other than fast castle, because you'll never win that fight. Right? You can at least get military wings. You have the double camel rider to deal with the Mount Samurai, but they'll be outnumbered. They'll be outnumbered because of the food from water. Like on a land map, that's actually a really smart play, because you won't see too many Mount Samurai straight off, and you have time to react. But that's just not how 4X works. Shinobi count beginning to rise here is Myriad. Already has 2 in the field. And he actually is going to dock on the south, but this is going to be a pleasant surprise for Myriad, because Core is not coming here. Right? Core is very blatantly going for Castle Age. In a rush. And that means that Myriad doesn't really need to invest more into aggression here. He can just go full on greed with double pond on opposite sides of the map. Yeah, he even opens archership because he assumes there's something here. Shinobi might even be able to get a kill on a villager. Nice intercept there. Love that micro from Myriad. Shifts across. We'll be able to Shunshin in. So villager down. Now he can stab at the dock. We have at least got, what, a Dow out? No. No down whatsoever. Okay, that's bad news then, because yeah, Myriad can just start raiding the gold. There's at least an outpost here. Shunshin's still on cooldown, so a little bit overly ambitious by Myriad means one of the Shinobi is going down. But Myriad, I think you just halt production now. Like, this extra Shinobi is kind of redundant. You just need castle. Alright, what do you think? One's in chat if this is Japanese looking up, or two's if you favor Abbasids. Because it is going to be the military wing we talked about. Preservation of Knowledge did just save himself a bunch of resources there, right? It saves a nice, healthy 390, is it? Yeah. So pretty respectable savings there. But overall, if the play now is to go into mass camel lancers, oh sorry, camel riders, you don't have the production speed for that. And I don't think you have the food either. Right? Japanese are already at 15. You're at 15, so you're at least keeping up at the moment. But that's because this hasn't fully set up yet. And oh my god, this is going to be the stone in the shoe. The detail he wasn't looking forward to. Myriad beat him to the punchline. Cool. Loses the villager. So you're now going to play mass camels on one pond. Reminder, those cost 160 food each. Gate is on the way. It's going to just be a standard stable play. Core has to wall up, I think. You can't come out. And yeah, the walls here is to block a dock drop, but I think he went overkill. Some of these walls are suboptimal. Like, this one split, so he spent another initial 21 wood to set this piece up, right? This one, I think, was at least one drag. But yeah, you know, this is another thing that the Japanese just do much better because they can just farmhouse along the way. And it's really efficient because they can fish off of them. Love this as well. Like, instead of wasting extra wood, just walling this off, he just relies on the Shinobi. Cool. Does tech up first. Not by much. Oh, wow. Okay, it's even worse than I thought. He's actually building monsters. So Camel Riders can at least make more sense because Camel Riders have a better attack speed, so they can actually just whittle away. The reason that's important, especially against Mount Samurai, is the Lance charge being stronger than a Camel Sword doesn't matter. Because the first strike gets completely mitigated by the deflective armor, right? So you just want to wail away after that, going and going and going. On top of that, you have more health, 40 more health than Lancer. Like, there's no doubt in my mind Camel Riders are better than Lancers for fighting Mount Samurai. Another villager intercept there. Nice stab. Yeah, so I'm a little bit perplexed by this detail. And the difference is decent, right? Like, look at that. 1.5 attack speed compared to 1.12, right? Adding Lancers, you're up at that 1.5 again. Now, the first strike, like I said, is better, right? It's you get 2 attacks out in under 2 seconds. The problem is that first attack is completely irrelevant, right? So the damage element doesn't matter. The attack speed only does. And if you think about that, you're spending about 2 seconds to do 2 attacks, or spending 2. Let's say 3. Let's round it up to be generous to Lancers. 2.3 seconds to do 2 attacks. There's no argument about this. Camel Riders are better against Mount Samurai. I mean, even the armor difference, right? If you think about how quickly you die here, -4 or having 40 more health. And the camel on ease. Right? It's just a world of difference. So a little bit shocked by this. I guess maybe his thought process is he'll never lose those 2 camel riders. But that's quite a bold statement to make. Myriad now queuing up the Spearman. Uma Bannerman was already committed into, so that kind of offsets the camel on ease. Remember, it's 20% lost, but 15% gained. Rax is being rushed up. Villagers on the front line. Weird shake into the camera there. We'll pull that off. This is a bad fight, though. 1 camel's already down. I don't think Core can stay here. Especially with Spearman on the way out, right? If you lose that other camel, it's going to be GG. In fact, it might already be. He really didn't respect the surge of the Yoshiro. He pays the ultimate price here. Camel goes down. Debuff about to be removed. And this is all thumbs up for Myriad. You know, Core, the idea maybe works if you play the mid-map, but the moment you dive into that production, it's completely one-sided. I'm still going to go back to it, though. Camel Riders here, same production speed as Lancers. Maybe it would have given him a better shot. Maybe he was looking for the eco kills afterwards a bit too fast here, but whatever it is, Japanese come out a mile ahead, and Myriad is back in contention. Much needed as well. So point on the board for our Hungarian lad. Japan is busted on that map. I actually think Abastas can beat them. We even saw Anatan completely whoop Recon's ass for doing the standard Japanese thing. So I don't know. I think like Abastas, people are waking up to Abastas actually being a lot better than they were given credit for. Okay, next up we've got Byzantines versus Iabits. This is Iabits favored, right? You can get creative though. We saw Anatan do that with the neutral trade post into Sipahi build, which was sick. 1 second, guys. Just need to send a message. All right, let's get ready to go. Let me switch caster mode. God damn, that blueberry's good. All right, vamos, amigos. Let's go. Welcome back to the Master of Realms draft show match between Core and Myriad. We are now into game number 4. What looked like a stomper actually might be more of a romper. We've got a bit of contest here, and it might even get closer than it appears originally. Because Myriad, although he still finds himself as back up against the wall, he actually got a good matchup in the draft here. Ibids up against Byzantines. This is actually an Ibid's favorite matchup. Byzantines have been kind of struggling to crack the timing. The initial Lombos usually can arrive a little bit too late. They get buffered away by the outposts. It kind of requires your opponent to have a forward gold, a vulnerable gold. And we can see here that is simply not the case. Right? Myriad got a very safe spawn. This is one of the best types of spawns to get, guys. Because when the gold spawns next to the edge of the map, you can outpost drop one side, and it means you can only be attacked from the other. Now, in this type of situation, what that means is Myriad could drop an outpost on the east, and then quick wall the west, and it's more cost efficient than double outposts. And it also makes it almost impossible for Lombos and Javelins to then dive in. Now, with that in mind, we actually have seen recently some crafty builds that are able to completely starve out the Iabids. But Core isn't off to a good start with that. If you guys remember, we actually had a series between Anatan and Vortex, where Anatan executed perfectly against the Ibids with the Byzantines. Step 1 was double scout, though, and we haven't got that. The reason Step 1 is important is if you don't starve the food source of the Ibids, their premium units will overwhelm you while you're still in feudal. Step 2 is going to be a play into Sipahi. That is an option in this map. Core can play to the south side, but I just don't think it's the type of playstyle he engages with. Like, I gotta say, I don't blame him as well. There's only one player I've seen actively going out to these trade posts recently, and that player is Anatan. Everyone else has been kind of neglecting this detail. Unless they maybe get an insane spawn such as Lipany, where Lipany can spawn a trade post basically on top of your base. Same with Kawasan, actually. Yeah, I think Byzantines might have some subtle power behind them on Kawasan, guys. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Because remember, Kawasan spawns you right next to a trade post. It's still a little bit RNG because you don't guarantee you're going to get something good. And if something good's in the other trade post, then good luck ever touching it. Grand Miner in the way. And we should be looking at the military wing reinforcement. Yeah, so everything atypical. The reason you do military wing reinforcement is the timing arrives before Core can get Lombos or Javelins. So you can idle them out on the berries. Which means Core's going to have to consider adding in an outpost. Probably here. The issue is that isn't going to protect his gold. So he might be better served just setting up a small wall here and here. And then outposting here. That would protect everything. You could even go out to wall, but I think like that might be a little bit too late. Your wife makes you shower every single time you use it? Wait, clean the shower every time you use it? Yeah, how dirty you, dude. I mean, I guess if you're playing Byzantines or Ibid, you're probably quite sweaty. Oh, I love that. There's my boy. Myriad, 21 food, 20 food. I want to remind people that he's doing something that a lot of people forget doing. Thank you very much, Fat Blood, for the gifted sub. You're up to 59 gifted subs in this channel. God damn, what a legend. We got anyone who wants to try and match him? I'll happily welcome a bidding war for my affection. But yeah, this is really cool. Like, there's players who are in the top 8 that forget to do this. And it's not nitpicky. It's really important, especially in this particular matchup, because of that starvation issue we talked about. The Byzantines can try to constrict you. They probably will try to constrict you by adding a lot of units in feudal. So you need to make sure you've got enough food to not fall victim to it, right? You got to be that siege situation where you aren't going to run out of food before the siege parties do, right? And there we go. So Core does go for that wall we talked about. Okay, so that's step 1 to tick in the box. This works out much nicer because of this detail. He has got berries in the corner. But he does still need to build an outpost here. Failing to build an outpost here is inviting chaos. Myriad, he's about to scout the base for the first time. He's a little bit hesitant. He's like, wait, there is a TC here, right? Okay, so Myriad's a smart cookie. He'll understand this means all the gold and berries is behind the tree lines. And he's already wrapping, I think, up here as well. Yeah. This desert raid is going to be a problem. And that's Core's solution? If it sounds like I'm not convinced, it's because I'm not. Archery range in this matchup, I think, is a death sentence, no? Because that means you're likely going Keshiks, and they're Kekiks in this matchup. If he goes for Lombos, maybe, so archers and Lombos, I could kind of see working, but I'm not crazy about this detail, because usually this suggests Keshiks. Deserator? Wait, okay, I am really not a fan of that detail. What? He didn't even activate Akratoy! Oh, no. So he could have had the defense to survive that, not losing a single villager. But then also he would have had +2 damage, which means he would have actually tripled the damage he was applying to that Desert Raider. That was not good. That was concerning. And yet, like, here's the other thing. The archers are here now to contest this Desert Raider, but remember what I said about the idea of an outpost and arrow slits? What would an outpost and arrow slits cost you, right? Not much, right? It costs you, I'm trying to remember, I always get arrow slits, it's 75, right? Plus 100 for the outpost, but you get some stone anyway. You almost have the stone you need. So you spend 175 resources, or you spend 150 wood, and then you spend 240 resources on units. Right? When I say it like that, it kind of seems like a no-brainer. Even just a wood wall, which he's now resorting to anyway, would achieve the same thing. I made this at a later point, but I mean, if you have to go archers and still go for a wood wall, I feel like you haven't actually achieved your goal. Desert Raider is at least going to get shut down and cut down in the end. Second one is on the way, but the tech up is on the way is the bigger thing. Growth Wind coming in. Oh, cool. Cool, blimey. I don't know what his play is here. Okay, he's finally getting a Merc House at 841 olive oil. I was starting to think he was going to sell the olive oil for a second there. What is the play? I'm hoping he's got something magical in mind here. And he's not just daydreaming about Valorant. Nice micro in. Myriad gets the second kill. And he gets back out. The wall isn't even complete. Okay. So here we go. Moment of truth. It's going to be Kekix, isn't it? And I'm going to cry. Please don't. Okay, that's better. So Silk Road is really good. I actually think Silk Road is the best option against Ibids. Because you can go for the Camel Riders. Camel Riders are really, really good against Ibids because Camel Lancers lose to Camel Riders. So I'm wondering if Core just... Maybe that was the plan all along. Don't build any units other than those archers. Go Carl... Okay. You almost had me. For a second there, I was really vibing with the strategy here. But we just got heavily delayed Javelin play. And Myriad, what, double stables, I'm guessing? Yeah, just have at it, boys. How does everyone feel about best of fives that go all the way to game 5? I feel pretty good. I can guarantee you Core's not going to feel very good for long in this game. Yeah, I'm that father that just like, you know, he's like, it's never good enough. Core's like, I climbed Mount Everest. Why'd you only climb Mount Everest? Why couldn't you climb to the moon? I beat Mike Tyson in a boxing fight. Couldn't beat him in his prime. So the Lumitano job's coming. The good news is Core's base will be hard to dive. The bad news is Ibids don't need to dive your base. They just need to dive the relics. And if you look at the relic spawns, everything is in the open here. Camelot is now on the way. Do you love that we're getting some border settlements? Although I don't think Core... he's going to get some value out of this one, right? For the most, he's not really spreading his vision in this game, though. We should be seeing Moss drop, yeah. I sometimes like a double Moss drop here, but it's probably just be one. Dervishes are very fast after all. And another villager goes down. Good trade, right? Can you guys guess what Myriad paid for that Desert Raider? That guy right there? Nothing. What a balanced unit. What a balanced div. How many Desert Raiders he had now? 3, right? It's kind of nuts when you think about it that way, that by 10 minutes, the feudal age fully refunds itself because Desert Raiders cost 180 resources, right? Yeah, so you're practically refunding your feudal age costs by 10 minutes. And we have got the double mosque. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Like, I think this is a play that's going to keep resurging, by the way. We've already seen it starting to come back when Louis playing a lot, in particular. And it's very effective. It makes the most sense when you have a tech lead because you have two choices. You can either dive the enemy base or you can take relics much faster, right? In this matchup, diving the enemy base is much harder because you've already forced him to wall in and he's gone for Limitane. So you're just kind of burning yourself out trying to go in. Looks like Core might at least be able to protect one relic here, though. Please. Golden Horn Tower. We know you cannot save him with the first blessing, but the second blessing, let it be Camel Riders. Show Core the way. I think he might be waiting for them, by the way. He's got double pump available. Golem's the unit follow-up. If you see Camel Riders, yes. I mean, archers work as well, though, right? Like, it's raw HP units. Camel Riders are tanky, but they don't have any armor whatsoever. Tech up complete. Cool. Doesn't immediately queue veterancy. Instead, he goes for crossbows. Camel Lancer is going to get ambitious here. And will once again find a villager kill. And will somehow live. Reminder, this unit has 20 less health than a standard knight, and he just done that. He'll probably find another eco kill, actually. Core does at least have wheelbarrows, so should be able to shift away. He has not built a gate, though. He's going to build a wall. And now, watch as pathing takes me where I need to go. No? Yeah, I think we just go around here, Myriad. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If Myriad didn't realize straight away, he could have possibly got 2 eco kills because the mistake there is the Core has then made a wall to stop his spearman going straight through. Still, this is becoming suffocating. There was a dive and oh my god! Yeah. There's a reason Myriad was distracted. Because Core was distracted. What was that before? I think it was 4, maybe 5 eco kills. So he just scratched 5 more off the board. Oh, this game is close to done. Camel Riders are finally coming, but they're coming way too late. Archer count is already surging upwards. Veterancy is on the way, and relics are on the way home. He even snatched... Oh, wait, no, sorry. That one went to Core. Core did get 1 relic in the end. But he will only get 1 relic in this game. Wait, no, Core, we literally just done this. Don't. No. Cool. Oh, this is the most Benny Hills game in this series. I can't. Somehow, Core does not lose mass eco for that, but he should have. He really should have. Now, you'd think that the whole point of defending the advantage is when you see the enemy go like this, you go like this. Nope. We're just going to run it down. We got to track them, right? These are sniffer dogs right here. They've got to follow the scent. It's like in the cartoons where they just follow all the way back. More raids coming in. More chip damage done. Another 2 villagers dead. Sacred Site's now being locked in. And Myriad has options. He even now looks at this game and says, I can end it in 5 minutes, or I'm going to go TCC. I think you end this game. Core's eco is so underwhelming now. And with the berries already exhausted, sheep looking dry, no olive groves, which, by the way, remember, Myriad scouted that when he dove. This is ripe for the taking. Like, Core simply doesn't have the economy to get a good army together here. This is what happens when you book diagonal aqueducts. That's true. You know, because clearly what happened is these guys, they spent too much time getting, you know, hydrated. And like, we need to get firsties. So they went for a run around the neighborhood. Instant regret. And that, folks, is why I never jog. You never know when a camel's going to come and murder all your loved ones. Manjanique is pretty much the GG blow here, right? Like, Core does not actually have any way of sniping a Manjanique without losing everything. Guess we start thinking about game 5, right? Mongols versus Malians, a classic. I feel like that one can go either way. It depends on the map. I think maybe it's Socotra, judging by those 2 picks. Good map for Malians. Match comes in, though. Camera rider count just isn't high enough, guys. It's not going to work out for him. GG's going to get called. We are going to that deciding game 5. I think someone needs a safe word. I think it's going to be Socotra, judging by the picks. Socotra seems most likely. Rough game for call? Yeah. Nothing about that game looked like it was going right. Like, nothing at all. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, it is Socotra, I was right. Okay. I think this is a good map for Malians, actually. Mongols, you'd think they'd be good here, but I feel like I never see them actually get a good hit. Usually when I'm watching Mongols win, it's almost like an outplay. I mean, I think that's not entirely true. There are some cool plays you can apply. I just think outpost rushing doesn't work here. So, I'm hoping. One chain not enough? No, because I have more than one grandparent. The way you lose this is outpost rushing. Let's see if Myriad likes to lose. Well, he started off the series feeling that way, but so far he's been nothing but a winner-winner looking for the chicken dinner. We are into the 5th game in this best-of-5. Myriad on those Mongols, core to the Malians. And I gotta say, on Socotra, this teensy tiny island, Malians have been looking like the kings. The eagerness to just hunker down, the ability to use very little space to escalate is what's so fearful here. Socotra is a very claustrophobic map that really benefits civs that can actually leverage more choke point oriented engagements, but also civs that don't require as much space. And I think that's the biggest deal for me that makes Malians king, is they just don't need space, right? They can produce a premium army from feudal age. They don't need to suddenly build 5 archery ranges to start spamming something in the castle. They get a lot of passive resources still with Mansa plus Pitmine. And gold is usually an issue for a lot of civs. Now, if you're talking about like a dry Arabia-esque map, Mongols actually have a pretty cool way of winning there, and it's overwhelming spear count. That particular build doesn't work here because the gold is too close to the TC. So you can't outpost rush it. You can't even burn it down, right? Like, because what any calm Malian player would do in this situation is if he saw Spimman coming, he'd just build an outpost right here. Instead, Court's going to make it even simpler for himself. He's just going to wall it off. It's still more efficient, I think, to get the outposts, because you can bait your opponent to be deeper. But you could theoretically wall here as well. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen a player try this yet. Usually it's just you either would go racks or you go for the outpost. Malians are 2 wins, 3 losses on this map. I think that's because of the overpicking though, right? Like, remember, the thing that I always highlight with that type of thing is that you have a lot of situations where a civ is popularly picked, ergo its win rate gets drove downwards because everyone else is picking it. Like, I think Byzantines had that in the last tournament, right? Where I think they were close to like a 50% win rate because everyone was picking them. And then the better players were beating them, right? But then by comparison, you looked at Puppypaw, and I think Puppypaw, or was it Wham? Might have been Wham, had like a 6 win, 0 losses by the time we were at the semifinals. So yeah. I think the quality of player matters. Like, and we've had some of those situations where I'd say some of the less favorable players have picked Malians. And they've even played it in a weird way. If you guys remember, we had 1 or 2 Farimba games that just didn't feel like they made sense. I think those definitely hurt the percentages. Outpost coming in from Mongols, though. I actually wonder how Mongols is doing in the tournament so far on this map. I don't feel like they haven't been picked that much, right? I think they're positive win rate because in the tournament because they're split between this and Kawasan. And Kawasan is... The weird part is I think they've been performing well in Socotra, but not performing well in Kawasan. But once again, I think that comes down to the players who have been picking them in these spots. Right, like I think Beastie picked Mongols here, if I'm not mistaken. More walls coming up. Outpost is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but he does have the secondary tree lines to work with. And yeah, like to the whole Malian example as well, here's a perfect way that the stats get skewed. Louis versus Marine Lord, the English Malian game. Louis, I feel like he kind of misplayed his hand in that game. Way too easy for Marine Lord to just go 2TC in bulk, which shouldn't really be happening on a map this small against Malians. This is a lot of wasted effort from Myriad. So Mancer is about to complete. Wait, will that break? Is that too close? That might be too close. Oh, cool. Honey. Oops! Someone forgot about the wall changes. Remember, this actually happens with secondary layer walls. If you put them too close to the first layer, like for example, if you placed another wall layer here, when you burn this one, it has an AoE check range. So it will hit this wall as well and delete it. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake there, but looks like Core's going to go for the re-wall. Ooh, maybe. Ooh, yeah, but that doesn't matter. The end piece doesn't matter. So the wall's up, right? Nice. Well played. So Core gets the re-wall that really shouldn't have been happening there. Myriad looks like he was getting defensive about his outpost. Somebody gets punished for it because now the archer is out. So this play has been nullified, and I don't think Myriad got much value out of it. He got an outpost up, right? Like, I guess that's something to work with, but if it gets that dire of a situation, Core can always just pull all these villages to burn that down. In fact, I don't like that Myriad's backing up here. Little tip, folks, when you do this type of play, you want the Khan nearby. The reason is that you can send the Falcon in. You send the Falcon in, you idle this entire wood line. Right now, this outpost just does nothing because he hasn't got the Falcon. I don't know if that's because he's waiting for arrow slits, maybe. But there's really no reason for your Khan to be at home anyway. You might as well just try to keep him around poking things. Maybe he's paranoid about the archers coming out. But those are easily dodgeable with the difference in movement speed. In fact, if the Khan was sitting here right now mirroring the move, you could even aggro the ball to hurt the initial archers. Well played by Core so far, though. Archers definitely was the right shout here. Javelins would have been feasible. He's got way too much gold, but it's just, you know, the archers are the quicker, easier counter, right? And now you're kind of less in the hole. Like, if you built 3 javelins, you know, you're paying as much as you would for 4 archers. And the issue there is, I'd say jabs feel much worse to lose. Like, the archers are a bit more disposable because you have more of them. You can throw them into more locations. Stone should at least allow Mira to back away here. There's idleness on the gold, though. He's got a few techs coming through, so not too painful. Although this walk path is a bit painful. Should be fine, though. Okay, but this is a good sign now for Core, right? He sees the archers. He knows what his opponent's comp is. Now, from the same exact building, he can switch jabs. Now, the play here is actually meant to be Mongols go Archer plus Kekix. But I don't know if Myriad is going to aim for that at all. He went double archery range straight away. So Keshix is at least 2 minutes out. And this isn't a Silverstone game, right? So you don't have that extra gold trickle coming in over time. It's just Deerstone. Is Core rushing Castle? My instincts tell me this shouldn't work. But if Myriad doesn't sense it and keeps dancing around with his finger in his cheeks on his side of the map, Core could get it for free. And also, does he have the location for it? Not really. He'd have to delete this wall here. This would have been probably a decent location, but he's chosen the blacksmiths instead. I think there's not enough room. He'd have to kill 2 trees here to get the Farimba here. Guys, this is Farimba. Love the ball detail from Myriad. However, if he just chills, this is bad. I'm a bit shocked he hasn't checked for more troops, right? Like, maybe he's paranoid that he's walking into javelins, and that's a death sentence. But if you're too slow here, if Farimba does complete, the game's pretty much out of hand, right? Just hold the Falcon, man. See something, because Farimba is now on the way up. Uh-oh. How do you survive this now? You need Keshiks. And Myriad didn't go for Keshiks. He didn't even go for blacksmiths. He went for a dog play? Oh, no. I think the problem here is Myriad has envisioned himself as the tempo setter here. And that could have been true if it wasn't for the fact it's a Farimba rush. His opportunity to set tempo is about to disappear. He dives in now. He finally realizes what's been happening here. There's not really somewhere you can hang. Khan goes down. Vision stripped. Farimba about to complete. A Spiral Ship doesn't really do much here either. Dude, Core already... he scouted it out. So this is a completely pointless play now. This Spiral Ship is a waste because now Core has invested less to counter you with the Toll Outpost. Jesus. Okay, he's just got his number. Jab's queued up. This is another thing I love about the archer range, first of all, right? Is it gives him the way of getting veterancy without idling himself up. Because remember, Farimba produces in batches of 5. It doesn't do something 5 times quicker, which means going for your tech ups out of this building is incredibly inefficient. God, he's adding an archer ship as well. I don't think Myriad realizes what he's doing here. No, like, look at the vision. He doesn't have a clue that outpost is there. So by the time he does, he's 2 ships in. This tastes of death. Javelin count, soon to hit 10. 5 can contest this, though. With the 80 health and the 5 ranged armor. This is not a good trade. I mean, Myriad had no choice right now, though. Finally kills one of them off. This is about as good of a fight as Myriad is going to get for the next 2 minutes. And it's not a good fight. A little bit weird from Core. I get what he was thinking with the scout, but that was completely unnecessary. He is a bit blind now. So the mistake of that from Core is he might be paranoid now to come out of his base because he doesn't know exactly what he's up against. Like, he could now be sending mass javelins into Keshiks. Right? And that's bad. And there's the villager pool we highlighted earlier. We knew it was inevitable. Core, he dives in first with the javelins. That's pretty smart. So the unit with the effective HP here is tanking. Villagers will look for the burn down, and Myriad, he came to the party. Cool. Oh, no. Wait, what is this mess? Yeah, he didn't react to the archers straight away. Once again, because he doesn't have vision. He lost the scout. Wait, no. Dude, there's no way Myriad wins this. He's up by 10 villagers right now. Core blundered this. Oh, wow. And remember, this is not a Fulani. This is Farimba. That's Spinman. I'll get taken down for like a retreat. Core has to go and attack right now. Like, Myriad is actually surprisingly weak because he's trying to tech up. You can see it by the way he's holding resources. Either that or he just doesn't know what to build. Boats are trying to poke, but this is difficult, man. Without a 4 dock, you don't really have any way of sustaining. A fishing boat would be smart. Yes, Myriad's doing it. This detail was smart, but I think it might be too late. Like, the Keshiks, they're an age behind. They've got the undermesh, but you're already seeing range 2 coming in, which means these archers are going to do absolutely nothing in these fights. In fairness, barely were already. Time to trade eco. Says you take some of mine, I take some of yours, like an exchange program. Villagers getting sniped in the process. Keshik is going to come out, but I mean, 1 by 1. No, not like this. Myriad, he needs to be garrisoning the Keshiks. Yeah, so look, there is an interesting strategy to hold here where you wait for the javelins to hurl and then you garrison the Keshiks and then pull them out again. It's insanely micro-intensive, though. And it is not going to be happening in this game. Yeah, Core is not leaving. Good. He's going to sit here until Myriad waves that white flag. Ship's also going down, so Myriad just losing track of everything now. Damn. Farimba actually working. Part of this feels like it's on Myriad not really clocking what's happening there. I think, you know, the interesting part to me is Socotra is a very small map, but I felt like the vision game was underwhelming. There was info being snuck that should never been allowed. But now, you know, because of that result, because of that small detail, because of the fact you weren't calibrating to deal with Farimba, this game is over. That does mean that Core will be taking the lion's share of the nice little $100 prize pool. I think they were nice about it. I think they maybe done those 70-30 splits. But Core, that's going to be a nice few pretty Valorant skins for him to buy now. Myriad, I guess, I don't know, man. Take the $30 and buy yourself a pint and get over it. Because this was a rough one. Core's going to be so happy, guys. He's like, KP cost me winning the game, Poogers. Okay, Myriad is reluctant to give this up, guys. But, you know, at this point, he's just processing the loss. Do you guys remember that moment when Myriad was 10 villages ahead? I think it happened in this game. It's just hard to tell. Yeah, last Keshik's now coming out, guys. He has no more gold. And that should be where he's like, oh. This is the moment where you just, like, you go to pay for something in a restaurant, and you're like, oh, I left my wallet at home. Nah, Core hasn't gone AFK. He's just in chill mode, right? Let's just drop double Mosque and extend this game. Whoop, whoop. Marlene's shown why they're so powerful on this map, though. I don't see the Farimba coming in that fast. I think it's very difficult to do. I don't think you'd see this build that often, because if a player scouts it, you can get blocked. Especially on such a claustrophobic map. But great time by Core and Myriad. Just a step behind. I wonder maybe if that outpost rush also hurt him a bit too much in this game and ensured that he was never able to stop the German Chad. You beat Core's Ibids versus English? Wait, did he not build Lombos? Wait, did he? Dude, don't tell me you done a fast 2TC build. I don't think you can do that. Not on that map. Alright, let's see. He did Longbow all in. Dude, Longbow all in should kick your ass, surely. Wait, we cast that game, didn't we? I think we did. That was the one where you barely had any food left, right? What was that I remember saying about that? Because I think he misstepped on something. I can't remember what it was, though. If I remember correctly, he dove in. And I think he didn't... He attacked the wrong thing. He actually had an opportunity to kill your Manjanique straight away, and he didn't. Right? That didn't help him either. Like, he dove with Lombos into a choke point against a Manjanique. Oh, maybe... Oh, no, I think I'm thinking of the Zerton game, then. I think Zerton had that game. I think it was Zerton. Only Gulems. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Ibid should win that matchup ever. That map is like one of the hardest maps for Ibid to win. Because you 100% have to double outposts, and then you have to double arrow slits. Right? Because even if the English don't go Lombos, they can go for a galley. Alright, let's see. So Showmatch done. Let's check on YouTube, see if anyone's saying anything. All Gucci there. Let's see. Dragonman is playing some private games or warming up. Let me check the ladder live, actually. You went at Tower and Gold versus Water and Ward everywhere? Yeah, but like you need to double Tower there. Otherwise, you still get sniped on Gold, right? Like you can't... One tower doesn't cover it. Because like either he lombos and plays the other side of where you towered, or he goes for a boat and covers the other side. It does if you put it on the far side, but if you put it on the far side, you don't have a garrison spot, right? So then Lombos can walk in and snipe. I don't think one tower, like against English, one tower doesn't work. Not unless you've got like you're on a map where you can wall one side and the other side is against the edge of the map. let's have a look here. Let's see who our boy Benny is up against. We did also have that other Ravane Puppy Paw game to cast in a bit. Let me have a look. Oh, Dimu's up against Ravane now. That could be interesting. Are we just on the Ravane train? Could probably do the Dimmu Ravane one. Kind of curious to see if he tries his Burgrave Rush against Jelly. That would be something else. Let's put it like that. I don't think that's ideal. Oh. Oi, oi. Spoilers. Alright, let's get ready to go. Oh, let's get rid of the score as well. This boy loves burger more than a Burger King mascot. Nate, let's put it a different way. This boy loves burgers more than Ronald McDonald. This is Ravane, the biggest Burgrave spammer you will find on the ladder right now playing the Holy Roman Empire. On the other side, we all know him. We all love him. It's the one and only Benny Boy of Team Liquid playing on the Deli. I had to see this, man. I don't remember the last time I saw a Deli player get rushed by Burgrave, but I am 95% certain that is what Ravane will do here. If you guys are not familiar with Ravane, this guy is getting quite the reputation as a HRE Burgrave boy. Sometimes he does a Dark Age Rush with Spearman, sometimes he doesn't. Understandably, this matchup, he doesn't. We've seen him do it in a few different Civ clashes, but in this particular one, it's a bad idea against the Deli, because Deli will have the Scholar early on, and the Scholar can basically offset the Spearman damage. Diving the Scholar is very difficult as well, because if he's on the edge of TC and you go in, you go down. So, it's going to be a fast feudal. I imagine a fast castle. I'm curious if this works against Deli, though, right? Like, they have a very aggressive timing to get their hands on the Sacred Sites, but then again, the HRE have a very aggressive tech unlock. One thing that I do find very intriguing about Ravane is he does this Burgrave build a lot, but he only does it with one Scout. He never goes two Scout. I can kind of forgive it a bit more in Gorge, but it does really surprise me that he doesn't do this even on something like Dry Arabia. Great Sheep Haul, though. It looks like Dimmu maybe lucked out a bit. Yeah, he went for a bit of an odd rotation here, right? He done a one corner. It's interesting because I think the majority of players right now have been doing a full stretch where they run out to one side and then dar back. This means that Dimmu is not going to have much sheep to work with. And while that doesn't hurt him, it definitely enables Ravane. I thought there was another sheep there. I guess I didn't glance right. And this is why also you go to double farm, by the way. When you're on maps like this, if you don't go double farm, you're going to run out of food before you come back after the long rotation. Timings look good here. Arkan Chapel is going to be on the tree line. This is a really good haul. Holy crap. I mean, if he wasn't sure if he wanted to go Burgrave before, he's definitely certain now. So 14 sheep, and I think there's still probably about 4, maybe 5 still over here. That's ample to work with. And also, this is a Civ that can comfortably start adding in more farms as you go. So cool to see the farm opening, though. It's just not something you often get out of the HRE. Typically, this is why you go for the double scout, by the way, is that the double scout, the necessity is that because you gather all your food so quick, you need one scout to come back sooner. So if you go double scout, you can have one go long, and then one can go short. I wonder, did Dimmu random, or did he specifically pick this against the HRE? Because Because I think Ravane has almost exclusively been picking Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, Dumi picked this. And Ravane... Okay, no, okay, I want to give Ravane the appropriate credit. We keep catching his HRE games, but he actually does have some versatility here. Byzantines, Yuji, Delhi, some Malian picks in there, a few Ibids. So he's not just playing one Civ all the way to the top. Not like Gully. TV coming in. This matchup, you're meant to just go, what, Ghazi opening standard into Archers? Makes a lot of sense. HRE don't really lean into Cav. It's kind of the least done unit these days. Gone are the days of fast castle into night spam. Quite often people looking more now at men-at-arms, spears, archers as well. And Stoney is being gathered, so this is to lock down an outpost emplacement. He's already chained in with the house, so he'll have the emergency repairs guaranteed on everything here. Demu. Is he maybe going to go fast castle as well? Because we're not seeing anything. Okay, there we go. Blacksmith come in the back. This could still be castle, though. Like, Blacksmiths makes a lot of sense for fast castle builds, because you just inherently get the tech unlocks over time. We'll find out very soon, though. Is there a reward in which he just goes maybe archer or spears? The cool thing about doing that is you can go and wall in the relics. That's an underrated play for Delhi here, actually. When you're up against fast castle, just walling those relics in is pretty effective. The problem is if he does opt for that strategy, it doesn't work that well against Ravane's particular build. Right? It's great against the Regnit's play because your opponent doesn't have many military units, so you can't burn through walls. Burgrave kind of offsets that problem. Half tile away Archon hurts your soul. I mean, he had sheep in the way, right? He was going to place it here originally, but I think he realized he just wanted the deeper woodline access and the safer farm placements instead. Which makes sense. If you place an Archon here, and you start placing farms here, or even just gathering berries here, the Delhi aggro can kill you. Okay, so it's just going to be standard stables. How intriguing. Let's speed this game up a little bit until we're in Castle Age. As we are watching this one live, but we are not exactly pitch perfect second live. Here we go. It's happening again. Burgrave on the way. This boy's obsessed. He's fetishizing these landmarks at this point. Should prove quite potent here. You know, there's only, what, going to be 2 Ghazi, maybe 3 by the time you tech up. Ghazi that can't really handle spears. And because of timing, because he went Blacksmith first, he doesn't have an archery range yet. He doesn't have a counter. I wonder, is this going to be open spears, then switch men-at-arms, maybe? It slows you down a bit because you have to get the hardened status and then maybe go veterancy as well. In theory, men-at-arms themselves can just function, right? Because although Ghazi do get bonus damage against heavy, it's only +2. And here we go. Dimmu is going to mirror him, so compounded defender on the way. Yeah, I like this. This is much better. You still are able to lock in sacred sites because you have a Ghazi to chase away the scout. And your opponent doesn't have units out on the field yet. So you'll get some gold trickle there. This also gives him an ability now to try and pick up the relics. So what you'll likely see is Dimmu move from here to here. And then I think you move from here, yeah, over to here. Maybe you get the sacred site as well on the way. That's kind of cool. Ravane. 100 stats now in on the spears. Decap will begin. This is a distraction, though, man. This is actually... Dimmu's playing this perfectly, right? This reaction on the sacred sites is bad because it means Ravane isn't pressuring what really matters. Relics. Nice scanning as well. So Dimmu should know to pull away the Scholar shortly. Or he'll know if he can hang around. It looks like he gets to hang around because Ravane is heading to the main. So more gold trickle. More Scholars being pumped. Relics being completely ignored by Ravane here, by the way. A little bit surprising. Typically, you pull the Prelate, or you build a second Prelate rather, and go for these. I guess the Ghazi detail scared him. 6 sites starting to be decapped again, though. And looks like actually Dimmu, instead of going for the more reasonable relic, he doesn't see it. So he's going to go for the one right next to the HRE base. Crossbow double production on the way. Do you just men-at-arms crossbow here? I mean, your opponent can eventually get heavy maces, right? But if you have the crossbow detail already, you're ahead. Relic has been picked. So Scholar is going to be discovered. Piety should be tanky enough to wall low as he chooses. Still. Our Relic is definitely coming home. No doubt about that. Wallow's going to come out. And of course, Ravane can move away. Ooh. Don't you just love how ridiculous marching drills is? Only reason he got away with that. Scholar is eventually going to get sniped, but this is just pulling away the safest relics, right? Which is essentially inhibiting the HRE economy further down the line. Spear Ray coming in. Barrow will get him out quick enough, though. So far, it really is just crossbows. That worries me a bit. You can lose these crossbows fairly easily to mass spears. I'm hoping that we're going to see... What do you go? I said men at arms, but I'm wondering now, does he just go extra crossbows? Kind of feels like it. Stone gathering underway, so it looks like Dimu's strategy here, and this is really surprising considering how small his economy is. He's just going to hunker down with keeps. It does make sense in this particular game, though, because it's a Burgrave, right? Castle's the perfect reset against mass spears. Nothing else is really going to clear them quick enough. You can't rely on mangoes against marching drills, you just get gap closed. So a key drop in a very defensive location should allow him to just stay here. The reason why it's usually bad to do it this early is your economy is so small that, think about this. Right now, Dimu is using a third of his economy to gather for a defensive emplacement, right? Because village fortresses are still 3 minutes away. It's too early for this. Oh my god, he's not going to get time for it either. Vayne starts to poke in. Crossbows should be able to reset this. Remember, with the attack speed buffer as well, these guys actually hit surprisingly quick. It's like Ravane is just continuing down the same path, though. I wonder if maybe a mango would make a lot of sense here. Just Siege Workshop drop. Considering your opponent is just building crossbows only. He's definitely getting hit by this. He has supplemented his economy a little bit with the relics, but only one relic so far. Ravane is not using everything, though. Villagers. Kind of interesting. Was he trying to frontline there, or was that just a kind of miss micro? The tunnel vision may actually be hurting him slightly. Wave after wave coming in. Villagers starting to fall here. The health bars are not looking pretty for Dimu. However, the crossbow mass is still alive, and the spinman count is going down, right? So this is the issue I take what happened here. Ravane did build an eco lead, but he didn't address the range mass at all. He ignored it. Although Dimu's been tattered and battered, now Ravane has to fully reset. He can't dive again because there's too many crossbows. This means the castle's going to go up. The game is going to go on. Two more relics coming. Sacred Site Cap is ambitious. He's just going to sneak away the relic. Guy's like, help me! Sorry, bro, don't know you. Oh, that's kind of painful, right? Pulling one of these relics like this. It looks like Ravane, does he at least know? I think so. I think he's got a glimpse of that. I hope so, for his sake. So 3-2 split. But remember, this is not Regnitz, so most definitely HRE are behind when it comes to passive gold trickle. They do at least have an advantage elsewhere, though, courtesy of the Archon. To be totally real with you, the farm count isn't exactly out of this world right now. Only 11. Castle drop on the way. Okay, yeah. I think he's stable in this now. This Ravane... this is the thing. I want to say Ravane's best play now is to go Imp. But the problem is I know how Ravane plays. And Ravane doesn't like Imperial Age. He very rarely goes for it. Even when it makes sense. I know, right? Guy spams the HRE but doesn't rush Imp. What is this world coming to? Look at that. Ghazi being prepped. I mean, you've got the stables, right? You might as well just queue it up because you're not going to build knights in this game right now. The more important thing is online now, folks. Village Fortresses came in, so this is where you just keep rushing stone now. Okay, Ravane maybe is learning from his mistakes of the past. It looks like he's going for him. This is the correct play. You don't want to be diving keeps. They're way too strong at this stage. I like that he's still flank raiding because one big issue for Delhi on this strat on this map is you have to move out for the pocket resources on the flanks. Stonewall's going up, though. Pretty cool detail. We don't often see the military units used for this anymore. You guys remember the early days of Delhi where this was the only strategy? You know, the one where they would build siege towers? Or wall towers, rather? God, not siege towers. Where they build the wall towers and they would just shoot you down. Swabby on the way, though. Swabification is a very powerful tool here. Consider the exchange that we're seeing. Dimmu, to achieve the same economy, does admittedly get a discount on those keeps. But it's still quite expensive, right? He's spending 720 each. To match a Palace of Swabia, he has to drop 2,100 resources in castles. Just over 2,100. Meanwhile, Palace of Swabia gets you... What was the discount I always forget? It's like you pay... I think it ends up being 2,800, 2,900. While also getting Imperial at the same time. It's a pretty bloody good deal. Walls continue to extend, so it looks like Dimmu is kind of hunkering himself down a bit here. Interesting wall. I don't often see people do that one, but it technically is more efficient than just walling straight across, I guess. I'm not sure it is, actually. It does give him an opportunity to wall past the sacred site, though. Horseman keyed up by Pink as well. That's pretty ambitious, given Ravane's current eco state. He's at 54. He doesn't have Regnants. And his farm count, while decent, isn't out of this world yet, right? Yeah, I think he's sitting at what? Probably 22? 23. Oh, mistake on the wall up here. That's actually pretty big, because if the walls go up there, the keep follows. Instead, it looks like Dimmu is going to be forced to reset here. Has to cancel the castle and fall back. Damn, that was kind of dirty. I don't know what happened there. Dimmu betrayed by the pathing. It's like his crossbows were prioritizing building this piece of wall instead of this one. Being said, Ravane, weirdly enough, giving over ground. Okay, castle's coming up then. He does see this. The sacred site is kind of pause locked, right? Dimmu has to cancel this, surely. Seems reluctant. Spinman Horseman trying to overwhelm, though. Dimmu, it's going to be a cancel. Dive past. I mean, you can't even come back for this now, right? I think the Horseman layered in is too problematic for the crossbows here. And they're about to get even more problematic. Elite tech now on the way. What? Dimmu, I'm shocked he even went back to try that again. It's almost like he was expecting Ravane to be overly defensive, and he wanted to punish that. But instead, he's the one who gets spanked. Castle gets flopped. That's going to have to be a more defensive drop. Raxes are being prepped. So what? Spear crossbow has to be the comp, right? There's no way you're going men-at-arms here. It doesn't make sense. That being said, if you don't get these walls up, you're still in trouble, right? Because the horseman can simply flank raid. This game's going to go super late, isn't it? Oh, I mean, there's a... Yeah, it's going to go late. The probability does seem slightly high. This is at least a good castle. Because the only issue is missing one here, right? Preferably you want a third castle like here to kind of insulate yourself. But it's at least a start to the road to recovery for Dimmu. In fact, I'm wondering... Yeah, he's going Imp. Whenever you see someone queue into double-digit scholar count, they're going Imperial Age. That's the objective. It's quite interesting, right? It's mostly offset the value of the HRE's Palace of Swabia. Arkan's still a big difference maker, but over time you can kind of balance that out, right? Like, Delhi had this very unique quality about their units via the Tower of Victory. Some of the HRE don't really match. They have marching drills, which is movement speed. Movement speed is great, I think, in the early mid-game, but when you get into the late game, you know, the difference on infantry speed doesn't really matter, because late game is more about cav. At least when you're talking about the idea of raiding, right? Because that move speed isn't going to be useful if you're going into a choke point. Awesome Spearman marching in. Vayne also does have some Landsnet coming. We do not have Elite Army Tactics yet, right? That should be next on the list to tick. If he gets EAT timing right here, Dumu's in trouble. I'm trying to figure out how Dumu's going to win this. Right, because he's seeing a path. I think I see it too, but it's just so deep in the game. Right, you basically have to get into him. You have to scale hand cannoneers. You have to get fully upgraded Ghazi. You have to get your unit techs. That's a lot of requirements that kind of seem out of reach in this game right now. Vayne with the dive. Horseman perfectly counter up against the crossbows here. There's just not enough frontline for Dimu right now. Army's going to get wiped. At least it should do here. Castle should at least protect him against too much diving. Also, Ravane has made a blunder. Look at his blacksmith techs. There's no reason not to have ranged armor 2 at this stage. Still dive continues. Warlord comes in behind. Scholars with a heal. Nicely played. Delete is forced. Secondary Warlord. That's going to force a retreat. So well played. Dimu stays the tide of war here. Landsec are starting to dive in, but they're getting caught in all the wrong targets. They're not finding clustered units. Good hold. Ravane, all of a sudden now behind on military. Wow. We have to account for 14 scholars, right? But compared to where Ravane was, the numbers are shrinking fast. Dimu did have to reinvest the bank, so this idea of going imp straight away doesn't work. However, he's starting to stockpile quite a lot of gold. And with him switching into Archer Spearman, he's not really using gold anymore. So that could just become a trade across and a tech up by about, probably 27, 28 minutes. Problem is, you're going to have to survive 1 or 2 very hard fights before that point, right? Because by 28 minutes, Archery should basically be popped. Remember, this was the easier fight, right? We've still got Elite Army Tactics to happen, which I imagine is going to be next on the list here. It could just be that he wants to prioritize the Landsnet upgrade, because remember, they are still only Castle Age units right now. Still, with Men-at-Arms being queued up as well, it almost feels like Ravane is miscalibrating his economy. I think he's at least now fixing out with the move out to gold. There we go. Uni. Very expensive to get these techs. You know what was not expensive, though? That thing popping up on the screen right now. Protein Works. Check it out. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Use the Killer Pigeon Go, guys. Remember, they've partnered with us 2 months now in a row. So they believe in you guys. They believe in me. Something we can all get behind. Meals are damn cheap as well. Unlike this fight that's going to be expensive. Spearman trying to hold a front line here, but not enough of them. They get wiped out. Last Tech in the mixer is just a recipe for disaster when you try to tank. Dimu now I'm going to start a step with the crossbows on the backside. Enough horsemen to dent this count. Castle is at least here, so that should be another reset for Dimu. Remember, the reason he's actually staying alive in this game truly is the castles. It's the only reason he's not dying. However, it's coming at a high price time and time again. Finally, we have it on the way. Elite Army Tactics just got queued up. So these fights have been kind of even so far, right? But EAT is going to change that in a big way. The Spearmen are going to be obnoxiously tanky. The Landsneck aren't just going to die when something sneezes on them. And also, everything is going to die when they sneeze on them, right? Due to the buff to that cleave damage of what they are. They're about like roughly 20 damage, right? So 20% increase. They're getting 4 levels of blacksmith tech, basically. And it's about to be more, because we do have elite status also on the way. Okay. One mistake I have seen here, and I'm glad he's now fixing it. These should have been captured much sooner. Unfortunately, there's 2 scholars here. But yeah, I think Ravane tunnel vision, man. Like, he had complete map control and he didn't take Sacred Sites. So instead, he keeps headbutting this base and giving Dumu favorable fights. Dumu should not be getting decent fights at all. It's always those castles. Ravane, please. For anyone playing Gorge, this should be your big moment of education. Sacred Sites is the easy way to win this map. Not because you're necessarily going to get the timer to tick all the way down, but because you'll force your opponent, who's been playing very tightly, to do something drastic, to make a mistake. Right? Like, think about what Dumu's strategy was. Castle, castle, castle. Then eco boom up, farm transition. That's several minutes worth of activity. That's not fighting, right? Whereas the HRE, they've already imped up, already got decent eco behind this. They want to fight. Like, we've seen Ravane, he's looking for a fight time and time again. But the beautiful thing about Sacred Sites, they force a fight that's beneficial for you. It's the reason Delhi are typically so oppressive in feudal ages. You know, they don't have to come into your base. They do something that makes you come to them. Some numbers have swelled again. Looks like we're finally getting hand cannons added in as well. Biology is on the way. Kind of wish that Ravane would delay this fight somewhat. 40 seconds until that tech is in. And again, Spearman count not that high. Dives on in. Last net to follow this up. Dumu. I don't think he's going to clear the cav quick enough before the tech comes through. And if that tech does kick in, everything here is going to die. Dumu retreat towards the keep on the high ground. That is going to open the floodgates onto the farms. He moves in for the economy. Sacred Sites also now locked in, and it looks like he's found an opportunity to go for the easy target. Oh, Dumu, that backstep. I mean, Ravane fell for it twice before, right? Twice he's dove towards these castles and had to turn around and leave. This time, though, he understood perfectly. Why am I making this hard on myself? If you are going to gather away from the keep, I am going to reap you away from it. Biology Tech now in that extra 36 health, definitely proving to be quite the kick to the teeth. Dumu, once again, that military count is a lie. 17 of it is scholars. The quality is definitely now on the side of Ravane. Elite tech's all in. Hand cannons are starting to arrive. This is getting out of hand. Bombard's also been queued up. And a keep drop now on the way. Is there a lance decked in here? I don't think so. It's just hand cannons. Okay, so Dumu, he's going to get the castle up, but unfortunately, there is a bombard now on the way. So this should not last long. That is, however, going to close the gate to stop more troops getting in. The problem is, has he let too many in already? 81 eco to 139. There's practically no range units left over to contest. A few hand cannoneers can easily clear up these archers. I don't want to call him out, right? Like, I think with 5 castles, it's 6 TC effective, right? So Dumu can fix that mistake. What might kill him here is how quickly he'll need to come out for the Sacred Sites. How weak his hand's going to be when he goes there, right? Bombard now on the way from Ravane. How are these guys still going? Well, yeah. Smart choice. Ravane, he tried to counter this last time, and it led to a delete. He's not going to risk it again. It's interesting, actually, because with 3 Lancenet, he could have done that. But if the keep targets him down, it's wasted. Well, guys, I've got a feeling we might be looking at a Dumu defeat. Food income under 1,000. Remember, this is still Castle versus him. It's kind of funny, right? You get these games where Castles look really underwhelming. This is one of the games where Castles kind of look OP. Because it's kept him in this game in a really big way. Bombard now working that castle we talked about. Dumu with the Ford Villager to try and decap. Oh, that was adorable. Oh man, no, they're not even winning this defense. He's had enough, he's pulling the trigger. Palace Assaulting on the way. Do you have enough time to scale elephants here? the alternative isn't any better, right? There are situations where either of the Imp landmarks or Deli can look incredible, but like this is one of those situations where I think both look underwhelming. You're on the clock. Ironically, you're the Civ that now needs to rush to these sacred sites. This goes down. Vayne sitting on a hell of a bank here. 5,000 gold, 4,000 food, and 1,000 wood in reserve. Dimu tech up complete, but you've got no standing army really. 8 archers in total. Tech ups, I'm getting queued. Another castle as well. Oh, still 5 castles, so still 6 TC effective. Landmark's now being targeted, though. I mean, they are all on one screen here, folks. And Ravane, he's built up quite a bit of renown for this type of play. We've seen it already once today. This man is obsessed with the torches. Tower Victory being taken down. Dimu, he's starting to scale hand cannons to counter this. It's getting to be fast, though. Bombards are now arriving. Can he actually do this? This could be uncomfortably close. I think Core Architects is saving Dimu a lot of pain here, by the way. So many things would have went much worse, right? The castle in the center would have died much quicker. The landmarks would be flopping so much faster. They might still. TC now on fire. Combat Defender being burned. Bombards have switched over to the Palace of the Sultan. The Tower of Victory is now down. Oh my god, is he really doing this? Bombards are being ignored, a few troops being pulled, but that's not going to be good enough. This is it. Dimu, if he doesn't force march his way on top of those bombards, this is not going to work. Villagers trying to come in clutch with a repair, but this is expensive. A few more being pulled, but there is a lance next. This will be fast enough, surely. Villagers do arrive, but reinforcements have come as well. It's going to fail him. The trickle of villagers is going to lead to a trickle of tears down Dimu's face here. This is it. Palace of Sultan now on fire. Compounder the defender on the edge of being rubble. TC about to go up in flames. He doesn't need the sacred sites to win this. He'll do it with raw power down the center. Dimu, consistently a top-of-the-ladder player. Ravane letting us all know his name. This man has been cracking top 10, and this is exactly how he's been doing it. Dude, Ravane is a giga chad. This guy has no chill, no stop. Just full power and send. Oh, what do we call that one? I'm trying to think, actually. Burgrave gets keep walled. Keep blocked. No, block. Nah, keep them. Something to do with the Burgrave versus the castles, right? Burgrave versus castle defense, maybe? Can castle spam overcome the HRE Zerk? Maybe. Alright. He doesn't know English? Oh, that's a shame. Germans who don't know English? Is that allowed? And no, Camian. They won't be. Because that would involve them ticking a box for them to be observable. Kind of sad. All things considered. Considering, you know, BC stream them anyway. I do always find that comical. Like, because I only look at scrims if they're being publicly, like, viewable anyway. But it's like, if someone's streaming the games, they are publicly viewable. Oh, Ravane was the Saudi. You're right. I thought Raul was the Saudi. Raul's the German, right? Wait, does Ravane live in Germany though, or has he just created a proxy? And yes, he called himself Anatard. Yeah, I remember being told about this. Because he used to only play like 1 or 2 civs, right? I think he only used to play HRE and was it Delhi? I think. Ah, okay, Mega, gotcha. Well, clearly he needs to get in touch with the Esports World Cup and ask why no Age of Empires. Oh, it was Malians, was it? Okay. I could have sworn like Delhi was in his arsenal as well. Interesting. Thinking Moo May. No, I know May is the Delhi guy. I could have sworn Ravane had like 2 civs he played though. I mean, I reckon by the time I discovered him, he wasn't Malian only. Because I remember him as just Delhi HRE a lot. And I think that was like a year ago, maybe. Oh, wait, I just realized it's a Mongol... Dude, that's cringe. We don't want Mongol mirrors, right? We don't want Mongol mirrors, right? We're not trying to suffer that much, right? Mongol mirror is more entertaining than most. Is it? Because historically, what I recall is they both just build loads of spears. Because see, you had a different experience with your Mongol mirrors you've watched. A lot of the ones I've watched is like, we both build spears until one of us slightly screws up, and then the other has too many spears for the other to do something about. GG. Right? Am I the only one who's had those type of games? Oh dear, oh dear. Whew. So I travel to London tomorrow. I think I should be back in time for a stream on Friday. We'll keep an eye on it though. I did give an early warning to you guys that Friday may or may not happen. Depends if I have a lot to catch up on once I get back from London. But if not, I will be presenting on Saturday and Sunday on EGC. I'm back to Horsemen and Dark Age for Mongols? Dude, you're not going to build Horsemen in this matchup. That's how you lose. Isn't that Council Hall English versus English too? Nah, I think in the English matchup, you can actually do, depending on the map, you can do Abbey of Kings and it's better. If it's not like Cliffside, if it's like Dry Arabia, I actually think Abbey of Kings is better because you then just build the archer range afterwards. And that puts you, what, like 3 archers behind, but you have heal and you have a king, right? So, like, if you think about the transitional point there, what do you have to do to count the king? You have to build, like, what, probably 2 spearmen? A Rax? You don't want to build a Rax, though. It's like, the king goes uncountered. So in the early numbers, the king can win the fights. And then the Lombos assist him. And then the Lombos, because the numbers are small, you haven't got enough to insta-kill them. So you peel away injured Lombos and the king heals them. Like, I think in that matchup, if you both go all in 1 TC, Abbey of Kings beats Council Hall. Wait a second. Jiff plays something other than English? I don't think that's legal. So I was promised that this is an interesting matchup. One of the most interesting mirrors you're going to get. I hope so, because the Mongol mirrors that I've watched is just both people build spears until one of them has more. So we'll see if they have something different in mind. Up in the north, we've got Jiff Music. We've been watching them a few times. What is up, Camin? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. I need to fix Streamlabs. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I swear they've done that on purpose to try and actually expose their brand. It's weird. But to the south side, we've also got Gully Deckle playing as the Mongols. Now, it looks like we are going to be getting that split open from Gully. I actually like that Jif isn't engaging. It looks like he's going fast feudal. That kind of makes sense. I think we've seen Jif before. And Jif, I'd say Gully is a better player at microing from the games we've seen, at least. I'm sure he's willing to admit that. In fact, oh, wow. That might explain why he didn't go Spears. That is insanely far away. He did at least scout it. I mean, in fairness, Gully went quite far out for his as well. I'm starting to remember why we like that there's no longer mirrors in AoE 4, right? Because spawn matters a lot, and that is a humongous detail. Now, the good news, at least for Jif, is his gold can't really be idled out. At least, theoretically, you shouldn't be able to get an outpost close enough, right? I mean, I say that. If you place one right here, you can block the gold entirely. And I think Gully did just scout this, so we'll have to see if he goes for it. Silver Tree is on the way already. And I'm a bit confused by Gully's play here, right? Like, I think it's more that Jif is confusing him. Because Gully's play makes sense if it was going to be a spear off. Because you don't pull the village straight away, right? If you pull the villager straight away, and then your opponent has spears, your village is idled and he doesn't do anything. But now, I mean, Gully wishes he'd come straight across. Because if he had, he'd understand that this is an outpost rush. Instead, it looks like Jif is going to get the tech up. This is such a claustrophobic Mongol start. So what does Gully now do with this? I mean, it should be Silver Tree as well, right? Yeah. Oh, he's going all in. He's going ham, 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 taro. I actually like this. This is cool. We were just talking about this like English with Council versus Abbey of Kings is 1 too slow. It's kind of how this matchup works as well, right? Like the reason this is a really smart choice by Gully is the spawn sucks for Silver Tree if you don't have map control. Because you have to trade with the enemy trade post, basically. Or you get half trade. So Deerstone makes a lot more sense, because this will give Gully momentum to push. It'll give him an inflated eco at first, because remember, it's like having a wheelbarrow straight away and juiced up. You just get more wood, more gold, everything drops off quicker. And then if you creep out an outpost or move the Deerstone up and replace this area with an outpost, you have the mobility to win fights near the enemy base. Meanwhile, the only way Jif gets that mobility is by going Keshiks. So you can't really go Keshiks here without Silver Tree support. Alright, what do you guys think? We've got a big difference in builds already. Do you favor green or do you favor pink? If you favor green, press 1. If you favor pink, press 2. Yeah, Keshik's already in the way. The problem with Keshiks here is your opponent has already built spears. And what makes it worse still is with Deerstone, he has mobility to get away from you with just villages, right? Keshiks are now also on the way. Does Jif follow this up straight away with archers, or does he wait? The spearman's a problem, man. In this initial clash, they're going to be a very big problem. And he is already setting up in that corner like we talked about. Interesting. Okay, there we go. That's making me a lot more comfortable about Jif's play. If he hadn't been set up the archery range straight away, I would have been worried here. The only tough part is setting up Silver Tree and going archers as well is going to burn a hole in your pocket when your opponent's only going Keshiks. And what on earth am I looking at? What? Mangadai. This early against Keshiks. I have not seen this matchup since the Manganai movement speed nerf. But I feel like it's very risky. It can work. You could argue anything could work, right? But the margin for error is so small. It always is with Keshik, with Mangadai rather. But like against Keshiks in particular, because that gap close, you know, the wall, the initial hit is so hard. Same logic against Knights. I mean, Knights is a bit more one-dimensional. I think back when we used to see Mangudai as a counter to French Knights, it was very brain-dead, right? Those days are gone, and all it really took was a change of 0.06 movement speed. Oh no, Rage just trying to be annoying. Oh, he screwed up. He's going to lose the Khan. There's literally no way you can get away from this. Look at the movement speed of the Mangudai. It's increasing, right? So that's actually a great reaction. Jif gets rid of the Khan. Keshik is starting to ride for Gully, but he's going to have to go archers. And this is where the Mangudai start to make you look bad, right? Like, the Mangudai idea is kind of cool to dip your toe in, but I don't like that Jif is adding in a third right now. This is an expensive army that could get fairly easily countered. Why is the Mangudai gaining speed? It's so odd behavior. The same thing happens with the Khan. So the Mangudai fluctuate between, I think it's 1.56 and then like 1.62 movement speed usually. The Khan can fluctuate between 1.62 and about 1.69. And thank you very much for the sub, Pearl Harbor. Welcome back to Swarm. Yeah, it's something to do with their attacking and moving behavior. So like when you click on a target, it changes the movement speed when you're firing on the go to keep you in range. It's a very odd behavior. That's why Mongols are really good at countering the king, because they can chase him down and kill him. Dive coming in. Not a beneficial one, though. Jif doing this before you actually have Undermesh. 2 Keshiks go down. Did he get anything in return? I don't think he got much out of that. Archers are now marching forward, so the Mangudai are camping back here. Outpost at least coming up, so that's going to yam him up. That's what's missing for the Mangudai, by the way. Now they're a threat. 1.8 movement speed. The problem, however, is the fact that you've now just pitted yourself in with this Mangudai count, and your opponent's going to have archers, right? It's like, the big problem that Jif has here is, in theory, if he dives in and he focus fires the archers, the Mangudai can kind of win out afterwards. But with the way Mangudai work, you want to just kind of be able to click them around, not click them on targets. Oof, bad beginning there. First Mangudai almost get clipped. Nice cut the reinforcements at least. Gully, a little bit ambitious with this dive here. Does realize it just in time, resets. Yeah, I think you just wrap round on the trade here and sit. It is annoying because the reinforcements are getting cut now. So Gully is going to have a little bit of a gap here. There's a risk that he actually gets pinched from both sides. Like I said, is it really that risky when Jif's army is so small? Spearman. See, this is what I was talking about, right? If you do not target the Mangudai, the Spearman will win this fight. And the problem is the Archers are going to trade you out instead. Oh my god. This is an expensive engagement right here for Jif. Keshik's starting to get overwhelmed, so it looks like you'll be able to win at the tail end of the fight. Archers have traded out most of the Mangudai, though. Destroyer value is neck and neck. But this is what I'm talking about, the deception of this, right? It's like, it's good in a way for Jif because, great, he's got these Keshiks left over. But the Mangudai, it's almost like they're more a bait, which I like the idea of, but when you build so many of them, they don't feel very baity. They almost feel like they're the backbone of your army. But can't fault him, right? I think actually, you know, comp-wise, Gully should be winning this, but Jif is outplaying him right now. The way he allowed that, the way he cut reinforcements and then basically folded on the attack to take out Gully's like offensive force there when he didn't have all his troops was really smart. And I think Gully, this should be where he kind of reassesses and thinks, okay, I can't go directly into the base now. That fight was way too one-sided. He needs to go for the trade. Sorry, not one-sided. It wasn't one-sided enough. In fairness, the trade isn't insane at this stage, by the way. It's only 24 gold. Love that they're both playing on deer packs. So remember, although it is an eco advantage for Jif, it's not an insane eco advantage. And there are concessions elsewhere, right? Like, you know, he can't buff his villagers to run back and forth with Yam quicker. Speaking of that Yam, it might come in handy here because Gully needs to run. Oof, just about gets them in time. A little bit slow on the secondary reaction, though. It's going to cost him. Night Raid is about to connect here, so some return fire to the traders, but I mean, at this stage in the game, the villagers are worth drastically more than the traders. Ring Rose this time. It's like Yam should be able to keep the remaining alive here. A lot of troops did get cleared up for that dive, though. Jif, he did some eco damage, but look at the army. Oh, no. And it's getting worse, folks, because everything was sent in there. Nothing's countering this. Oh, what a sick one from Gully. Keshik's now arriving, but this is still a fight you can win, by the way, because they can't. Damn. And you now see the fragility of this Keshik Mangadai comp. The moment it slips up, the moment it makes just one mistake, it's GG. Right? Like, he has an eco lead. He's flowing way too much food. I think Jif expected way too much from this gold income. And maybe if some of the traders didn't die, he'd have it here to pump the Keshiks. But even then, I think it would be a stretch. Just 24 gold a pop. Khan does go down. A little bit of a miss micro there actually coming out from Gully. Definitely got outplayed on that fight by Jif. But it's very hard for Jif to outplay well enough in this game now, right? Like, he's stuck on only Cav. He's up against Archer Keshiks and some Spears, right? And, you know, you'd normally say, okay, only Cav versus Archer Keshiks. That's great. It would have been if he hadn't thrown away, what, 1,000 resources underneath that TC. This is the interesting thing about Deerstone in this matchup. Because when you go for a Silver Tree, you expose your eco. When you go for Deerstone, you condense it, and you actually give it an extra layer of protection, right? Because as you saw in that engagement, movement speed was used to move away from the Keshiks. So yeah, I do think in this matchup, unless you've got a ridiculously defensive spawn, Silver Tree feels like a death sentence. Maybe Jif could have just played defensive though, right? Like, Archer Spears on such a short trade route seems quite viable here. And then you eventually add in Keshiks, but this all Cav comp, it definitely didn't make it any easier for him. And Gully is about to make it 10 times harder. He's saving up for Castle. Trade once again intercepted. This could be considered an overextension by Gully because he sent archers around the back. So if these Keshiks come back now, all the archers die. Instead, though, Jif is hunting. Oof. Not a good engagement here, though. Gully thought that he could actually take a nibble at that, but quick reaction out of Jif. However, it's coming at a price. Backside of this, more eco intercepted. Gully. Now all he needs to do is corral this around his base and away from it, because then he gets his tech. Kurotai. It's going to get cancelled. Wait, step readout. Makes sense, right? He's up against trade at the end of the day. It's going to be a hold in the choke point. Needs to build that step readout, though. Oh, what? Gully, no! He lost 25% of that. That is so expensive. He will at least get the cleanup, though. So price is high, but the price is so much higher for Jif. Okay, she's getting cut down. The TC fire really just adding up here. There's a lot of idle time in Gully's base, but on the other side of this, he's always camping the trade, so trade is completely removed from the equation. And villagers with textiles now actually shivs out. A bold maneuver here coming out from Gully, but one that is going to get him quicker over that step readout. Say that. Only a few Keshiks left to hold in the choke point. With a fully garrisoned TC, it should be enough, though. Now, you want to say, oh, this is a lot of idle time for Gully, and that's true. But remember, these Keshiks are 200 resources each, so for how quickly they actually get melted by the town center, it's kind of worth the idle time here, right? This is such a messy game. Shiv's out again. That textiles detail was so smart by Gully, by the way. If he didn't have textiles, he'd be 10 extra villagers down right now. Now instead, it's going to be Jif wishing that he had textiles. Starting to feel pressured inside his base. Another detail that matters a lot here, that deer is running out. He's on the final one. He's got the ball nearby, but it's still going to be extra idle time. Oh my god. What an absolute massacre. Gully's had enough of trying to fight this. He goes for the tech. And that should now stabilize him, right? In fact, Jif is so desperate to try and apply more pressure, he's adding in Dark Age Horseman. 26 now pull for the step readout. Psych, re-garrison, please. Ooh. The awkwardness of what Gully's doing here is he's not even peeling the injured villagers, right? Like, he's garrisoning with just a clump. This is insane. This is an absolute massacre. 52 to 39 eco now. Dive coming in on the other side. Archer's starting to hit the economy, so there is some return damage being done here. One villager on the step readout. It's finally happening. Gully. It took a lot of effort, but Castle Age has arrived. And Jif right now is like, give Castle Age, please. Give cheat code, plus, because he has not got the resources to just rush up behind. He's going to try, though. I'm a bit shocked by Gully's choice to back off here, by the way. This feels like a mistake. You've got free Spearman. You don't care about Horseman. You need to be sending it. Because you took a lot of eco damage. And if Jif is able to get to Castle, with the army sizes they stand, he has a shot at this. So yeah, I don't like the Gully just hanging back like this. Men-at-Arms are being queued up, at least. That's someone that can camp underneath the TC. What a scrappy game. I think the thing that was nice about this is it wasn't just both players building only Keshik, right? There were pivots, which led to these very interesting dynamics. Instead of those fights where it's like, oh my god, he lost one extra villager. The game is over. Oh my god, he lost quite a few extra villagers. The game is definitely not over. Dive comes in. Keshik's yet to be upgraded by Gully. A little bit surprised considering he went for step readout. Kurultai's being built though. Oh no, this is not good. He doesn't have textiles. Shiv's out. Tries to stand against it, but look at the eco. This is over. I mean, there's no way. There is absolutely no way. The men-at-arms are now showing up, right? They're on their way. They're going to stand underneath this TC for far too long. And the archers, he even shifts them past. He just needs to target the villagers, right? The archers on the Keshiks is pointless. You're not going to kill him. But you could kill 3 or 4 more villagers in the process here. Good read by Gully. Switches it over. The health bars are not pretty. He's going to get such a good trade. Oh, Jif. All that effort just to find yourself delayed on the tech up. And now almost 5 eco behind. Wait, Gully, what? He's backing up. A bit surprising here. I think from his position, the men-at-arms should definitely be going in. You can even trickle them because you'll cut down more villagers. Then again, I guess you could just dive the TC. I think Gully's thought process here is I could just dive towards the Kurultai, or I could wait for him to come back for the sheep. Because that's one of the negatives of playing Mongols, right? Is all your economy, or your food eco, in the mid-game and beyond is in one location. Underneath the primary TC. It looks like Gully is also now going for those relics. Remember, trade is not a factor here. Jif can't try to reboom that. And this is kind of a problem, right? He went Kurultai. That's kind of cool. I love that. He pulls the Kurultai back here because it can heal the villagers over time. But the problem now is, like, he doesn't have any eco upside. Speed arrow. Men-at-arms are going to march in. Oh, no. Now, maybe Jif was thinking he could get Shivs out, but this is not the fight. Men-at-arms should be able to kill the Keshiks off. You can see Jif just trying to out-micro him. But the other time is achieved, right? And remember, Jif does not have wheelbarrow here. So any time spent walking like this is painful. I think you're happy with that if you're Gully. Do you need to be a little bit careful of the Keshik pump coming? I wonder if he considers spears. It looks like he has actually got the veterancy queued up, so we might just be seeing a spear spam versus a Keshik spam. And Jif definitely hasn't been showing an interest in wood. That might be about to change, though. What's interesting to me is the way that Jif is being forced to react to the men-at-arms instead of going to the mid. The problem with this play for him is with relics now being the target of Gully, this is covering his 1-up, right? I say a 1-up, man. It's 16 worker kills to 32. I think he's already got a 1-up. But his next up is, of course, the relics. Which, wait, did Gully miss micro? Where is the monk? Oh my god, that is so greedy. So Gully goes for the most difficult relic first. Okay, she's now looking to dive the main though. Oh my god, not again. Not again. Wait, Gully went 2 TC. Okay, that explains why things let up a little. And Arms in the meantime, we're going to go for the trade though. Jiff! Kind sir, we need to run. I don't think he realizes. This is such a bloodbath. Villagers are going to try to retreat to the TC, but remember, there's just not enough room here. And these men-at-arms, they have got the 2 ranged armor. Meanwhile, Jiff, he doesn't have a single level of range damage. They can stay here for a very long time. So it's going to be a reset. He's pulling back. By the time he gets home, damage is already going to be done to him. Men-at-arms continue to dive. And the eco lead continues to build. Ooh. I'm getting a bad feeling about this game for Jiff now. He actually just needs to go crossbows so badly right now. Kurtai doesn't win you this game anymore, but I think now the bigger problem for Jiff, he probably feels like he has to do Keshiks because his opponent has gone 2 TC, right? So if you go crossbows, you can stabilize, but you're still going to be further behind. And going 2 TC and crossbows, it takes too long. At some point, Jiff will realize there are other options in the game, but cavalry. Wait, is he gonna get scouted there? Does Gully know? Because he checked the back gold, right? And he didn't see anything. Which means he has to be gathering somewhere. I think you got a glimpse of that. Maybe not. I think Jiff actually just dodged death there. He's not sure, though. You'll see a little bit of hesitation there as he backed up. Wait, it's free TC. Gully, please. Be reasonable. Yeah, I'm getting this overwhelming feeling Jiff might be dead. Because now Gully just spams spears, right? Like, free TC, you just have... I don't think you go mass Keshiks. He's adding more, but I don't think you just double down on it, right? Like, you just add enough spears to defend. And with Yam, you'll always be able to match the pacing here. And then in, like, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, your eco lead's going to be so big that there's no way Jiff will ever win a direct fight. In fact, your eco lead will be so big, you'll be able to raid him and defend simultaneously. Jiff... Buddy, what can I say? You might as well try to trade for this. Oh, it's not sharp home. Oh, that Wallow stops him retreating. Oh, no. And pretty much every Keshik dead, I think this is the point where the picture is kind of fully painted, right? 5 military to 28. Your Keshik strategy is kind of falling apart when your opponent has double the count. Felt cool opening that game, though. The Magadai idea was definitely cute. But it sure did turn ugly fast. How could he win this? I mean, we talked about that crossbow switch before, but it takes so long to get them together. You need like 4 archery ranges in 2 minutes, at least. But once again, because it's now free TC, bidding crossbows is kind of admitting defeat because you're not doing anything about the scaling, right? That comes in, Keshiks. At least going to get a good fight here. So it looks like the Keshiks went around the back. Gully goes hunting. That trade you just set up again, that food gathering, may be in trouble. And the defense in the base is not getting much better, guys. Remember, he has Kurtai buff. He's got double heal, 20% more damage, and it still isn't that dominant of a fight for him. Wasn't that dominant of a game for him. GG. Ooh, Jiff, I guess we're going back to English. Yeah, that was actually that was the funny part. Is so far I think we've only seen Jiff play English. So at the start of the game, I think I just bluntly said like, "Wait, he plays something other than English?" Proud of your rating to this game. How long has he had twice the eco kills for? So what you uh you looked like you were doing okay with that initial dive, but I think where it started to backfire for you was when you kept trying to intercept the step readout because you very quickly started to trickle. That was when the game started to slip from you. Um, how else could you have applied this? I'm trying to think. I think you just genuinely had to switch crossbows at some stage. The trade is kind of a bait. I was saying in this matchup, I actually just think like unless you've got the most godly trade route, Deerstone is better. Because the problem is like, the trade is vulnerable, the Deerstone protects you. Because like the game is lightly to turn to Keshik on Keshik. And the Deerstone lets you run away with your villagers. Whereas, like, if he ever dove your main, you don't have anywhere to run with villagers, right? You die anyway. You could argue the trade baits him to go after something else, but it's like an easier target. Who's Voldy up against? That's true. Someone does tend to win when Mongols face off. Tragedy. Actually, you know what we could do? I don't know who Voldy's up against there. I'm wondering. What players do we have? Was Puppy Paw streaming last night? Because he's playing last night. I don't know if he's streaming though. No, so those were his thingy games. There was a game between Puppy Paw and Ravane. We've done quite a lot of Ravane today though. Donati versus Give You Anxiety might be an option, actually. All pros playing sneaky customs? Yeah, but they're not very sneaky when you're then also streaming them. Right? That's the comedial part. Is Sassy's account open? Not sure about Sassy. Sassy's playing pubs though, right? So who did I say? I said we had Donai. Oh, thanks, Tree Frog. Glad you enjoy it, bud. I'm worried I'm getting a bit burnt out at the moment. It's like there's not much new stuff to cast at the moment. Bit of a tough one. So, I think there was... Yeah, Give You Anxiety game versus Don. I think we done the... Yeah, we definitely done the Donati versus May game. Yeah, it's just the game doesn't evolve enough, and there's not many upcoming players per se, and I feel like we're losing players, right? So you end up in a cycle of casting the same 4 or 5 people. If there's not more people, like, a lot of people just want to watch the top 5 players, right? So you kind of get hard stuck there in a way. What's my favorite anime? Ooh. I've always had a soft spot for Code Geass. I really like Code Geass. Full Metal Alchemist is always a banger. Ooh. What? Maybe Hunter, actually. Hunter is incredible. Hunter and Full Metal Alchemist are definitely right up there. But Brotherhood, not normal. I have a dirty pleasure for a Kame ga Kill, even though it was a terrible anime adaptation. Right? Like, I know I shouldn't like it that much. I haven't read the original manga, but I can see where like it was flawed in its adaptation, clearly. But it is pretty incredible. I do have a lot of love for that time I was reincarnated as slime. Black Clover is a guilty pleasure because it's pretty brain dead, but it has one of the most epic fights that ever existed in anime whatsoever. And then the other one that I find quite intriguing. I said that time I was reincarnated as a slime, right? Maggie. You know what? I actually think that I'm more upset that they never made a follow-up to Magi. They don't know they're the prequel, but the prequel sucked in my opinion compared to the OG. It was good, but not compared to the OG. But Magi, the Labyrinth of Magic, I'm still gutted they didn't continue that anime to this day. Probably more gutted about that than like Hunter x Hunter. Because I feel like Hunter x Hunter at least reached decent resolution points. Which arc should I watch of Black Clover for that fight? So let me remember. I think it's at the third arcs. Let me have a look. So it would be... Is it the fourth arc? I think it's the fourth arc. It's the... Yeah, Eye of the Midnight Sun encounter. It's incredible. Like, it is... I don't want to spoil it. But, like, it's got one of the biggest badasses in one of the most badass fights I've seen. Magi's incredible. I need to watch it again, actually. It's been a while. I need to watch the newest arcs of Black Clover. I think I was like at arc 6 or 7. But it's funny because I started watching that in Ukraine as a binge show because I was like, this isn't that good. And then by like season 2, season 3, I was like, okay, I'm in. The exact same thing happened with Fairy Tail. Not when I was in Ukraine, but the whole idea is like Fairy Tail, actually, if we're being totally real, anyone who's a fan of Fairy Tail has to admit, it's not very, like, it's not elegantly written for like an engaging story arc in the early seasons, but it hooks you eventually through like repetition, and the later seasons carry through really well. It's just a shame they kind of devalued Fairy Tail by recycling the assets for that sci-fi anime. There's basically an anime like follow-up by the same studio where they pretty much used the same designs of the characters from Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail is probably the closest I'll come to watching One Piece. I just can't be asked with, like, it's so long. There's so many episodes. People keep telling me that Fairy Tail ripped off One Piece. I'm like, okay, cool. Fumetsu? No. Although, like, if you want some really underrated animes, Kill the Kill is underrated. Gurren Lagann is critically underrated. There's quite a few of the Fate Stay Night type arcs that, like, don't get enough credit that work really well. Overlord. I don't think I ever watched Overlord. I watched the one with the Demon King that like they try to summon to be their slave, and they end up being his slave. That was quite funny. I can't remember what it was called. Oh, you know what? I just realized one of the big crimes that annoyed me that they didn't actually make a follow-up to. Children of the Whale. Children of the Whale is... I'll just say it now. Children of the Whale, artistically, conceptually, like the emotions around it, the voice acting, the music, all of it, absolutely incredible anime, critically underrated. Do not know what the hell Netflix were thinking, never making a season 2. But welcome, 34 Action, folks. We've got our anime arc heroes here. We've got Donati and Give You Anxiety. These are the two anime heroes that literally, episode 1 start fighting, episode 2 continue fighting, and then for the next 4 seasons, do not stop fighting. Expect blood, and expect a lot of it. Jeanne d'Arc versus HRE. In particular on a map like Cliffside, you know they're going to send it full gung-ho. Donati, definitely a big fan, I think, of the new feudal-focused builds, but you'd think so. But here's the funny thing. Despite the fact that Don is renowned for being kind of an all-in player, he's actually, funnily enough, been doing a lot of Burgrave rushes. So don't be surprised if you see a Minework drop where he's teching up with one villager and gathering for Burgrave. The question is, what does Jeanne do against that? Oh, this is cool as well. They actually both went double scout opener. I think that's a reactionary play from GUA. Because I've got a feeling Giving Zite's probably seen Don do this build before. So the step one is to make sure he doesn't have enough sheep to get a really good pump on the Burgrave, right? What a cool game this is going to be. Because I'm trying to figure out how GUA gets aggressive. It's a 4th spawn in gold, so that's something you can definitely target in on. This matchup is really hard for Joan, by the way. HRE counter pretty much any build Joan does right now. If she does 1 TC all in, you just fast castle. If she does 2 TC, then you all in, right? But the whole logic is, you know, it's very easy for HRE to kind of hold back on committing to their play in a lot of cases, whereas Joan has to reveal herself quite early. The difference here is that with Don's particular build, he's going to reveal his play straight away. Because if it is the optimal Burgrave, it's going to be one villager building a mine work. Yeah, I was just saying, Johan, I think the double scout was a reactionary from GUA. I don't think he'd normally do this, but it's because it's Don, right? And he knows what Don is going to try to do. Because Don has pretty much just been doing one build with the HRE non-stop. Oh, should be on the way. I imagine you do it with 3, right? Do you get enough value out of that? Oh, that is weird. GUA. Wait, was that a misclick? Okay, yeah, definitely. I was about to say, there is no logical reason you'd leave Joan gathering gold that whole time. So the question mark is going to be whether melee or ranged. I'm expecting ranged here. I think you need to try and snipe villagers while the tech up's happening. And wait, what? Don isn't doing the mine work. Huh? Is this because of the spawn? Yeah, that's interesting. I think Don is not doing mine work because of the spawn. It's like typically Don likes to do mine work into Burgrave, but in this particular game, if you do that, with the amount of sheep you've got, you're going to have to go onto the deer. So by going on the wood line like this, he can transition farms as he Burgraves. Because like any other civ that doesn't have feudal cav in the heavy form, you can just kind of risk going to the deer. Like for example, we saw Don do that against Don do that against the Delhi, right? Where May was kind of all in feudal. But the difference there is it's Ghazi, which don't kill as quickly, and also Spearmen don't die as fast to Ghazi as they do to Knights. All right, what do you guys think? Hedge your bets with chat right now. Joan, press 1. H3, press 2. Who do you think is going to win? Because if this is a Burgrave, I'm fairly confident it's Don. What intrigues me, though, I'm not the biggest fan of this Arkan build with 1. Because I think at this stage, Arkan's worth building with 4 or 5 to buff the whole economy. Like, you're losing out on more eco by doing it this way, right? It makes sense for his mine work build. I just don't think it makes sense for his Arkan. And wait, what? That's a lot of stone. Is that to fortify, or is he going 2 TC? That has to be to fortify. Okay, so we're up to 2 villages. That's an improvement, guys. We now have Don with 100% more workers. This is such a long wait on attack timing. What a wild build. This can't be 2 TC. No, 2 TC would be crazy. Why would you even do 2 TC here? Of all the plays that put you ahead of Joan, like, this is probably the more underwhelming one to choose. But 210 stone is hard to explain otherwise, right? Because you only need a little bit over 100 per outpost. And he hasn't started upgrading, so this is 2 TC. Okay, this build is just... It feels unhinged, man. There we go. He has committed it, right? Because he has to wait for the age up. But, like, he definitely overgathered here. Arrow slits and fortification on both. He just had us baited on the edge of our seat there. Now we go full send it. And GUA has made the right choice. He goes archer form. Oh, wait. But I guess he doesn't feel like he can do any damage. But this is kind of like just rolling over and admitting defeat. He's got his first night out, but he can't do anything. Joan is just wasting time playing with Pumbaa. Timon isn't going to come to save the day. But actually, I think, Don's just Timon in this situation, right? And he's ready to kick ass and chew bubblegum. Because G-Way's rushing castle. For arbitrary, I guess? On such a short map, that's dangerous, though. I could see this build maybe working on Dry Arabia because you're far enough away, you get time to build arbitrary. But this is a claustrophobic map. You start that close. So a Burgrave spam is going to overwhelm you before you get arbitrary out. What a curious choice by GUA. Wait. Don went Pro Scouts. So we said he'd need to switch farms. This fixes that issue. This is 100% all-in done by 15. There's no doubt about it in my mind now. What a wild build. So he techs up with 1 on the Archon. Oh, sorry. Eventually 2. And then does Pro Scouts into Burgrave. Is that entirely necessary if your opponent is going fast castle? Wait, it's... Okay, all that talk, like everything I hype up, it's not even Burgrave. I can't believe it. I didn't think I'd see this day in 2024. A day where Don says no to the burger. I'm just taking a moment to mentally reset. From the Archon detail to now the Regnant switch, this is just wild. So did drop-offs coming in for free. I don't think Giving Zai even knows that he went Pro Scouts, because he's taken the safety at first, right? He has at least got Horsemen out in the flanks. Scouts as well as Jones. So he's guarding a lot of these relic locations. And I love that he leaves the Knight in the center, because that's the easiest relic. I do not love that this Knight is barely breathing anymore. And yes, agreed. Well, the logic is by the time you're at like 10, 11, even just 12 villages, right? Like, you start to think, okay, I need my whole economy buffed because the prelate can only do half of it. Double stable's coming. So we're just going for a traditional build then. After all that, after the weirdest Archon opening I've seen in a very long time with the HRE, it's just old school HRE boom. Looks like we got survival techniques coming out on the other side. That could get very annoying if Don just comes in and starts yoinking away. This first Knight will secure the center relic, by the way. Remember, that Knight only has 46 HP. Also, on top of that, Joan hates fast castling civs for a very good reason here, folks. Guess what that first Knight can do to Joan? I can't tell you, because otherwise I'll get demonetized. I need to censor it. There's going to be a lot of blood. Double prelate pull. What? Kind of an unnecessary XP feed, but Don's gonna... Yeah. I guess he got 2 smites out of it. Yeah, Give You Anxiety can't go back in to finish the job now. Meanwhile, wait, did he hide that? I don't know. Give You Anxiety definitely sees that now, surely. So he should know about the Pro Scouts. That was so sneaky by Don, he tried to hide his intent. I think he was just a second too late there, though. So 1 relic on the way home. Soon to be 2. Soon to easily be 3, actually. Arbitrary are now coming out from Giving Anxiety, so Don is going to need to switch it up. Farm Restoration does get pumped, but this is still a losing fight. I mean, actually, he could just target down the Arbitrary straight away. What is this obsession right now? Kill anything else. Alright, Don's like, maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit here. We'll back up. Oh, that's unfortunate. If those 2 Knights just started attacking the Arbitrary and the Knight straight away, I think he could have hung here and got the relic. Instead, he's going to have to reset. Horseman switch now coming in. Perfect choice, right? Like, your opponent only has Arbitrary. He's also building Horseman, but you don't care. Your economy's better, so you can afford more. Did he ever get survival techniques? I have so many questions about this build, man. I think he just forgot. Survival techniques makes a lot of sense when you're going for pro scouts. And gold isn't his problem, food is, right? So he definitely could have afforded survival techniques. It's quite efficient anyway, right? Only 100 resources to pay. You know what the funny part is? Even though I probably categorize this build as maybe quite messy and didn't necessarily feel 100% optimal for Don, it's still HRE versus Joan, right? Like, I hate to be negative about Joan here, but she doesn't have an easy time, especially when she's one-dimensioning like this and the opponent is doing the same. Oof. Knights are going to start cycling towards the economy. Meanwhile, Mass Horsemen getting ready to deal with the Arbitrier. Frontline is going to try to pick this up, but isn't going to get too far. The issue now for GUA, like, I don't know what's happening with his gold. Was he thinking of going for monks? Something's off here. He's sitting on 700 gold in reserve. And that is not a guild hall pull. This is just a miss macro. And a pretty big one at that. Don's dive, lasting a long time here. He has got the undermesh. That's now going to leak over into the villages. Well, this is good news for GUA, actually. Like, you know, sometimes these things are helping, right? Because Giving Guy has way too much gold. So this might just kind of fix his... No, I'm being delusional. This is not going to fix his economy. It's going to go back out. And the Horseman... Oh, no. The thing that GUA... He just didn't see this, right? It was hidden the whole time. Rohirrim! Hit a road GUA to the afterlife. Oh, my lord. Arbitrary just can't stand against it. There's simply not enough of them. Ranged armor 2 is about to kick in as well. And that one foul swoop should be game. Wow. Well played by Don. A bit of a mind-boggling build here. I'm still not sure if I'd say it was optimal. Maybe that was part of the bait, but either way, what he done so well in this game, the thing that got him the victory is the way that he hid the Horseman transition. I don't think GUA saw a single piece of this until it was too late. And now there is no holding this back. Joan goes down. Buyback comes in. It just doesn't matter. You can get level 3, she still won't save the day. You're too far behind. And what does he do? Arbitrary mopped up. Back to Knights. Damn. Who needs to build Raxes as HRE? What lame-o is building archery ranges? Pfft. All you need are ponies. Oh, so I know what to call that one. The Don's My Little Pony HRE build. All you need are horses. What a wild game. Pretty cool game out of Donster. China could do this build better, no? I don't think so. I think the Arkan eco is better. Also, it's expectations, right? Like, China can definitely do that build. Where they do it better is, like, it's expectations logic, right? Like, you wouldn't expect HRE to do pro scouts and do all that crap. An interesting build. It definitely perplexed me. I was not expecting that. Okay. I'm trying to think who else we've got here. I'll probably set my food to start cooking in about an hour. So we've definitely got plenty of time. I think the goal today, by the way, guys, is going to be probably about somewhere between 6 and 8 hour long stream. I do need to get packed for tomorrow as I'm heading into London in the morning. No stream on Thursday. That's an absolute given. But we might still have one on Friday. You fell off your bike? Why don't you just put stabilizers on, silly? Wait, Voldemort core? Hold up. Dems the spicy meatballs is that we need. We do like some Voldy core. Got an annoying fly in here. Clipping pedals. Don't know what those are. Well, so you can just take them off, put them on, sort of thing. Huh. Is that what they are? I don't know. That's what it sounds like to me. Just not sure where you take them off when you stop. Wondering, what was I thinking about? So I'm wondering if we do another short stream today. I'm kind of weighing it up. I think my thought process is just like, it gives breathing room for stream on Friday, so we'll have plenty to cast, potentially. I need to think on that one. I'll have to see. It's awkward because I know like we've got this problem of still 3 more weeks until the patch, right? Need to figure out some show matches, maybe. The tough part is, like, because I stream 4 times a week, I can't financially afford 4 days of show matches. Because you're probably going to spend, what? Let's say you manage to get people at $25 per PO5. That's $100 already. That's if you do 1. Probably you want to do 2 series. So, what? $200 a week? I don't know, I'm going to have to think on that one. Although I don't think you'll get them for $25 per show match. You'll probably have to pay them 50, right? I don't know, I'll have to think that one out. Can this Civ actually handle clown carring? Can this Civ handle Mass Chiganu? We're about to find out. It's the kid, Voldemort, in the yellow, playing on the Abbasid Dynasty. Meanwhile, on the other side, half in the Corpium, looking for any other strategy than just massing Chuganu, but he knows it's always going to come back to that same one. This is, of course, caught in the orange on the Juji. Oh, this should be quite the spicy meatball. Because I don't think I've seen Juji try to all-in Chuganu rush at Bastards recently. In theory, I cannot imagine any particular reason you wouldn't. So let's find out if we're going to be getting a Castle Rush Boy or an all-inner. I think Core has been prepping the Chuganu all-in at the moment, right? Kind of feels like the most popular way to play is usually on land maps. There are a few exceptions, and those are usually the ones where you aren't able to set the tempo. For example, when you're against English, where it might make more sense to try and Castle Rush. Even then, Castle Rushing against English feels like a death sentence, as they'll have Lombos or a Knight out on the field already that can just block out your initial Shallow Monks. Opening play, it is going to be Voldemort setting the tempo, though. So Military Wing comes in. There's a very good reason why you do this with the Abbasids, and it's to allow your second TC, right? I'd be very surprised if Voldemort was doing a 1TC all-in. It wouldn't really make much sense in this particular matchup. So by going for the Military Wing, he moves the aggression point here, and that can allow him to go for a fairly free TC here. Maybe even a little bit wider on the berries at the back. The reason why sometimes it's a good idea to stick the TCs wider on the back like this against Chuganu spam is it takes way too long for the Chuganu to reach. Like, if you think about the location on the map there, your opponent would have to run past your base to reach it with reinforcements. Perfect opportunity to cut the reinforcements. Opening is likely to be what Stables play here. That is a very popular build at the moment, where you go for 2 archers, 2 spearmen, 2 horsemen. And yeah, he is doing it. So the reason why it's especially good here is it kind of dents the timing for Chuganu spam for Zhuji. It means Core just has to sit in his base like a good little boy and wait his turn to play the game. Medigarden did actually end up locking in the wood, food, and stone. I'm never a fan of stone on land like this. Like, by the time you get real value out of it, you don't really need it. Because if your idea is passively you're going to generate towards a TC, dude, if you're waiting that long to passively generate a TC, you got problems. Like, if you need to build hand cannon slits as well, unless you're outpost rushing, it feels like you're just defending, right? So, never crazy about this on land anymore. I do love stone outcroppings on water maps, most notably Holy Island. But I guess the issue here is like Core didn't have many better options. There was one over here on the food and double gold with some wood, but I don't know if that even got scouted. No scout there. East side would have been a really good option. I think the problem is now with the fix to the Meditation Garden bug, there's a risk that your opponent burns it down. And with a civ like the Abbasids, it's not that expensive to add in 1 ram with these military wing units. Horsemen have been prepped. Brax is coming in, so cool. Definitely looking for that timing. And so far, Voldemar, he's being a very honest boy here. Scout would see it the moment he tries. He's not going for a second TC. Now, that does make this much more interesting. Because on one side, you do have the Imperial Official. 2 of them, in fact. On the other, you've got Golden Age. So their ecos are fairly close. The thing that can actually give the Abbasids the edge, though, is the gathering rate on the berries. Was not giving the edge for these trades. Yeah, less than ideal actually coming out from Voldemar. The moment he saw the Chuganu at the start, I'm surprised he kept pressuring this the way he did. Horsemen are going to try to run by, though. Nicely done. He baits in, so the Spearmen are attacking his spear, which means they aren't bracing the Horsemen running by. He's going to run further past, isn't he? Yep, straight in. Strikes the back Chuganu. Not bad micro by Voldy. Should be able to get away with the injured Horseman. Probably won't be come back at any time soon. But that has at least reset things. And it's crazy. If Voldemar hadn't kind of slipped on this initial trade here, he'd be quite far ahead right now. But cool. Still has 3 Chuganu to work with. Needs to reset. This is not a comp you can rush out against, right? You just saw why. When you come out to that mid-map, Horsemen can split the fight because of the way you trickle troops. And what happened here? We seem to have a villager production issue. I think Voldemar skipped. He's what, half an eco unit behind? Cool. Now adding in the 3rd Imperial Official. Voldemar, yeah, he switched on this. Undermesh is already in the way really early. I like that. Our boy's doing it right. Quite often people try to be greedy about this and they think it's worth 2 extra horsemen. It's not. The Chuganu detail. Also, the other problem is, like, you know, let's say you take a big win in a fight now. If you don't have Undermesh, you can't then dive the TC afterwards. If you do, there's an option to start stabbing at this eco and chasing them into the edge to get a kill. Scout has revealed that. The nice thing about playing against Zhuji like this, by the way, is you always feel confident about these flank resources. Because it should be almost impossible for them to get there unless they're already a mile ahead. Like in an even game, Core's not going to peel off 4 Chuganu to run across the map there. It just takes way too long. Oh, Voldemar can peel the Horseman for this. Check this. Right around the backside. Core done a good job with this blacksmith placement, by the way. This is essentially a vision for him. He needed to build it for the tech, but it now kind of insulates his wood line. He's going to come in. Cool. Let's react fairly quick here, but it looks like a little bit too slow. One villager is going to get picked. However, there is an assault coming in. Voldy, Steel Dowry is on the way. Undermesh also being prepped by Core. Reluctance to go in, right? Handcan slits are at least now coming in. So we talked about this whole logic that the stone doesn't feel really good, but this is how you at least get some value out of it, right? The tough part for me is that it's prioritized on the gold instead of the wood. I feel like that's going to be a more prime target here. Just kind of mapping out the amount of food you have to work with here. Because the issue that I see in this matchup with the Zhu Ji spam is if you can't get the Chuganu spam high enough, early enough, you then have to break out onto these flank resources at a dangerous point in the game. So like keep an eye out for that. By about 11 to 12 minutes, Core's probably going to have to start shifting. Actually, with Supervision is a bit better off, right? 13 to 14 minutes. He's going to have to start moving out to the berries, to the deer, to the boar. And that's where Horsemen can really win these games. Because right now, Core has no mobility, right? Chuganu and Spearman is the slowest comp you can build here. You can really see Voldemar circling like a shark to try and punish that. Core has made a pretty ambitious move here. Then again, Voldemar, we said this is an unlikely move. It's so hard to make. And oh my god, the timing there. Voldemar, one horseman to save lives here. Yeah, Voldy's going to get out. Horseman on the other side. Not able to dive too deep here, but can at least take out the village. And Core going for the cutoff. Wait, Voldemar has nowhere to run here. Oh my god, he was so greedy. Core in with the strike. Finds the villagers. That's a massacre. Unbelievable here. Core barely lets a single soul away. One to tell the tale of what happened this day. Other side of this, looks like there was a dive. Wow! I looked up and I thought that the eco bar was broken, but no. A game that should have been decided in that moment, Voldemar keeps even. He raids as well. That is insane. What a read. I mean, I thought that the micro was a bit too on point from Core, right? He was even double striking villagers down there. And clearly it was demanding all of his attention because Voldemar, with just horsemen, evens it up. Has to be said though, militarily he's now a mile behind. And I think Core knows that. Clash in the base of Voldemar, but practically no army left over. He may have got the even Stevens exchange on eco, but anything but on military. This game is over. Voldemar has no food. He's got what? One, maybe two sheep left down here. Okay, he's got four. I think this is too much Chuganu though. Absolutely insane. I mean, credit to Voldemar for at least making that look close. But praise to Core for that timing. I think Voldemar made a critical blunder. He scouted so early that these guys were coming in. But he didn't move his villagers when they were here. He was greedy. He waited until I believe it was here to gather, what, more berries before breaking away. Maybe it's just he didn't notice, but that detail, I think just cost him the game. Had he actually reacted straight away to pull the villagers back, his horseman in would have gotten him an eco lead. Now he's just behind in more than one way. And with Rams now on the way, I think Core understands that this is how you can quickly end the game. What a cool game. 1 TC on 1 TC as well. None this me like to build villages ook crap. Just full on device end it. We're going to be sending Voldemar back to the lobby. Good lord. Looking at Chuganu Mass and be like, I'm a trade. I'm a trade that. God damn. Not sure if that one's uploadable or not, though. This is a horrible game. What, from you? What are you on about? You got a really good trade there. From both? Oh, yeah, yeah. Like I was saying, Voldemar, his horseman scouted you really early, and he waited like an extra 8 seconds to pull away. I think if he pulled away that early, you would have been screwed. You won't believe what happened? What do you do? You coached a guy. Okay. You trying to take Voldemar's job? What the hell? And he went to this screenshot and he had map packs? What? No. What? Was this streamed? gotta be kidding me. Chat, look. Look at this. Ready? Oh, let's open it in browser. Oh my god, I can't believe this. What? It's like no. It's UI bug. UI bug. So what you're saying is that he paid you to get him banned? Oh man, I wish I could get paid to get people banned. I guess that's what like being an Apex or Warzone streamer is, right? Like someone kills you and you just you phone your guy up and tell them they're cheating. I'm not flat if I had map packs. Jesus Christ. As a COD player, you're not wrong. I mean, it's even true as an Apex guy, because I know like a lot, you know, the guy, like you can at him if you're on the pros. Oh my god, what do we watch now? Who's Voldy got now? Mr. Moldy Voldy. It's the Roos spamming Blige. Running online? Yeah, dude. On AoE too. That thing is always a bait. So there's Puppy Paw versus Ravane. I was saying we were doing a lot of Ravane though. I don't want to do Roos Chinese. Oh, what do I have to pay? What do I have to pay people to do show matches with Master of Realms maps? What would I have to pay? I don't think what's even sustainable. Roos versus Chinese. Roos go 2 TC fast castle. I think China can just go Song fast castle then. It's really good. And then you send villagers out to wall the relics, or you just supervise monastery, right? Depends on whether your opponent built knights or not. But then you just hunker down after getting relics away from them and build spears and Nesta Bees. You can even then go for like second TC and castle. I think that's like a good matchup for China. Maybe Roos can like underhand them and just wall the relics themselves, which is kind of cool. But he's on Cliffside. So like on Cliffside, dude, like Cliffside, I guarantee you that match does not end until at least castle. And the reason is that what will happen is the Chinese player will drop a Barbican at the central ramp, and the Roos player would have already dropped a Kremlin at the central ramp. So like you can't do anything, right? That's the only, like, you know, I like Cliffside. I find it's a really cool map. But admittedly, the civs that have defensive landmarks kind of make it a bit toxic because they completely strip your ability to play quick, right? You have to go all the way around. Because, like, headbutting a Barbican or a Kremlin rather before 20 minutes is just cringe, right? Sometimes it even feels cringe after 20 minutes. Yeah, like, that's the thing. That's why Roos is so good on that map. Roos is insane on Cliffside. And then, like, China... I mean, China's good all-rounder, right? Like, they both are good all-rounders. But, like, they are... They're very hard to contest. You know, even if you go something like English, trying to get Lombos out quick enough before Kremlin or Barbican goes up feels almost impossible. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm just saying remove all the defensive landmarks from AoE 4. I mean, would that be such a bad thing if we just replaced them with interesting alternatives? I don't know. I mean, Kremlin's everywhere. Oof. Barbicans aren't as... I guess Barbican doesn't feel as broken as it did before. Barbican used to feel 10 times more broken. But I feel that's more because people just don't engage with it. And what I mean by that is, like, you see a Barbican, you accept what it is and fight away from it. So it's almost like the reason they don't seem broken is because people have just gotten good at realizing it's not worth the effort. 300 wood for Ibis is like free towers. Yeah, but it's like towers are worthless without the extra defenses, right? You can't seriously compare a 5,000 HP structure to 750 HP structures that don't inherently have defenses. That's not a very fair comparison, is it? Right? Like, if you were saying I got... Maybe if you at least said I got 300 stone and then like 150... like 300 wood and 150 stone. Kind of different. But even then, people just say, I'll build a TC then. Do we watch Cow and Flame Cow? Cow is playing against Willalow. Ezra's playing against Sassy. And that's... Wait, was that English versus Byzantines? So I guess we've got English versus Biz, or we can watch Moo Boy, obviously plays Malians, up against Chinese on Lipany. Do we have a preference? You guys want Moldians? I guess we can watch Moo Boy. It's only fair. I don't think he's streaming today. How else will we see his one-dimensional Civ selection? You went to sleep an hour ago? So you only slept an hour? Do you mean you only woke up an hour ago? I think that's what you mean, right? Dude, if you only woke up an hour ago, I'd say go back to bed. Jesus. I know, if you only slept an hour ago, I'd say go back to bed. Jesus. You went to sleep an hour ago and woke up 20 minutes? Jesus. So you're like sleep delusional right now, right? Perfect time to let you know that you should definitely give 50 subs to the channel. I mean, yep. Don't know where you get that idea. This guy has caught every mistake a pro player has made. He's been watching. He's been judging. And now we are here to judge him. This is an Magical Cow, a.k.a. Observer Boy, a.k.a. Titor's What the Duck, on his Malians. See, this guy only plays Malians. He's non-stop about this Civ these days. Fetishizes about it. On the other side, he's got an interesting opponent, though. Woolalo on the Chinese. Now, Woolalo usually ranks fairly well. He ranked 518th in the world right now. They actually had some good runs. Season 5, 281st. Early season, Season 1 and Season 2, they ranked in the top 100. So they're a capable player. Cow, on the other side of this, may be slightly outmatched. Cow is Diamond rank after 107 games. He's ranked 1900th in the world. Elo-wise, they're actually very tight, though. 1384 points compared to 1502. So we might actually get a fairly close game. And what? In Nations? Well, apparently, when you see a Malian player build houses, there's only one reaction that's reasonable here. Wololo, in with the Spearman spam in the Dark Age. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. You don't really see that in this matchup. He's kind of playing a pseudo-Mongol build. Does he maybe go for a villager as well? Because that would be kind of wacky, right? Like, you could drop a villager in here for an outpost drop to block all gold. Oh my god, no, that would be disgusting. Look at the spawn right now. All of his gold is right side. So if you drop an outpost here, he can't go anywhere. The only other option's all the way over here on the left. To see if he opts for it. Manta Quarry coming in. Cal, he woke up this morning, he's like, oh boy, I'm going to have some fun games of Mali. And he's just sorting out some things in the Norwegian land. Things are looking like they're coming together. Nothing can go wrong. Oh no. What is he doing? Why is there a Chinese spearman in my base? Why is there 2 Chinese spearmen in my base? Why are there going to be 3? Yeah, it's 5 spearmen on the way. No outpost rush behind this, but this still could be really painful, right? I think you even go for the pit mine here. Because think about it, that TC is not in range to protect. So if you send a villager out to repair, it's going to get killed. A little bit surprised Wallow doesn't realize that. He has scouted where the TC is, so he knows the difference and the distance. And Cal is just rushing on the wood here, so he's prepping the archery range. So far, only house, though. Not a great exchange. I think there was a mistake made by Wallow here, by the way. This build makes a lot more sense if you supervise it from Spearman 3 to Spearman 5. Because that type of production speed would give you the burn through to kind of make this worthwhile. But passively, just like letting it chill through, right? Having the standard production speed doesn't really sound that powerful. 2 houses down at least. Cow a little bit slow to get the archer out here, actually. First one has at least been queued up. I will say that Wallow definitely misplayed this. There was a pit mine kill opportunity here. And the pit mine's worth a lot more, remember. Look at the house cost. 25 wood. A pit mine costs 150. And it has the health of 3 houses. So the fact he's been able to kill 3 houses kind of tells you everything here, right? So there is an opportunity to pop block at least. That could be cool, actually. If he can pop block, he locks his opponent to 1 archer. He also causes other issues here, right? Because you're going to be behind on villager production. This is going to be tight. 1 spearman almost down. He's going to dive over the other one. Okay, that's kind of interesting. The placement there. So Cal still wants to get a mining camp here, but theoretically that could have put him in a more dangerous position. Wallow does fumble it a bit here, though. Yeah. Did he get value? 1, 2, 3, 4. He killed 100 wood. He forced his opponent to build an archery range of 150, so 250, and then 240 more, so 490. And his play costs him 150 wood plus 400. I don't think this was worth it. Maybe if he turns it into a fast castle build now, I could make sense of it. The logic being your opponent's now built archers, and you're going to be flooding Palace Guard, right? That would at least make sense to me. I hope that's what Wallow's up to, because he's sitting on a fat stack of food. And no good way of really spending it here. Horseman's a possibility, but do you really want to be putting Horseman into what will likely end up being Donzo Javs? I don't think so. Archers are on the way, so it looks like he's trying to keep him honest. This is a correct read by Cal right now. Like, you just need to go look and see what your opponent's doing. Because it's either a second TC's being creeped behind this on a delay, or it's some fast castle shenanigans. You know it's not going to be Barbican opening, because no one ever builds a Barbican unless they have to. Not nowadays, anyway. Gone are the days of outpost, or rather landmark rushing with Barbican. And Wallow is reinvesting, so Horseman down the way. I don't like how slow this was, though. That's a decent amount of idle time being achieved here for 3 archers. Behind this, Cal's what? Prepping more archers. Spin with the ambitious dive. Please do never ring that bell again. Wait, is Cal a town bell enjoyer? How did I not know this? So ringing the town bell is usually not a great idea. It's one of those things that historically, like, you leave it there because of the value it's had in AoE, but like if you ask pro level players, I don't think I've ever seen a pro level player ring the town bell intentionally. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just misrecalling. But like typically, you're better off doing this instead, folks. You select units, and then you press, for me it'd be G, but whatever you've got there. Seek shelter for them to go in. And then you can hit the return to work afterwards. Because when you hit the ring of the town bell, it's all the nearby villages, right? And that means everyone. And that's suboptimal, right? If there's a raid coming in here, why would you want these guys to walk away from gathering wood for free spearmen? You just don't. It's suboptimal. Also starts to show up. This isn't a bad trade, actually, for Wololo, considering the javelins on the front line. Donzos are finally going to arrive, so that should reset him. But this is all the bait and switch, right? Castle Age is soon to be triggered for the Chinese. Is it possible to unbind Town Bell? Possibly. I'm not sure how the UI works for this, if it allows it. I've never looked. I just don't press R when I'm on a town center. If you think about it, you don't really have many reasons to press R in this game. Unless you're like in Imp Age and you're getting hand cannoneers, right? Or you're rebuilding a scout, I guess? On a stables? Outside that, though. Like, what is R on a Siege Workshop? It's a ram, right? Because it's Springald, Mango, Treb, Ram. Yeah, you don't really have many uses for the R button. Most things are on QWE. Oh, man, we got to talk about your macro game here. This guy likes food a lot. Probably hits up every kebab shop each night. Woof. Love this, though. He got a double deer stack. I wondered when he was going to utilize that. That's what the Horseman play was about, by the way. It kept Cow defending. He should have been blocking this. Because if he blocked this, Wololo is pretty much GG'd. He doesn't have good food. Right, he's got sheep pretty much exhausted. He's got some berries behind him. That's it. Stead clock tower now on the way. Cow. Oh, man. This is not looking like a big moo-moo. R's the most important button. It contains the Chiganu. There you go, guys. We baited it. We found the Chinese spammer. The only person who clicks on the icon instead of pressing the button. Okay, now you have no excuse for accidentally pressing this. You actually click on it. You click that. Chuli. It's like, I like the noise. It sounds cool. Ring, 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 ring. There we go. Past Guard Flood coming in. Has even got the supervision going. And Cow has nothing for this directly. He also does not have a full Lani. It's more of a full Lani. I'll keep making that joke every day. You want to know why? Because the crowd loves it. Yep, thank you, thank you. Past Guard's starting to cut reinforcements, though. Lancers also heading across. Wait, hello? Where are the Past Guard? Oh, no. That is a sinful wheelbarrow-less game. Eco gets caught out. Remember, this is no Song Dynasty either, so any losses do hurt. Mistakes made. Wololo forced off the food. So that's going to slow him down, surely. Nope. Pascal says, screw it. We're not coming back to defend. Reinforcements to deal with that. We're going to go do some return fire. God damn, what a read. I mean, this is the correct response, by the way. If you send your troops back to defend this now, you're getting nothing out of Castle Age. If you go where his army is not, you have a more easy breach and entry. Mustafadi, though, not a bad choice. You see that bonus damage really kicking in quite easily. Starts to burn the racks. I don't like that. You need to just find economy. Kill villagers as quickly as possible. Overwhelm the Mustafadi when you see them, then move on to villagers. Undermesh now only on the way. I don't think that's being supervised either. So Wololo, you know, when you make these type of plays, folks, especially when you're playing 4 taxman like this, you should be supervising for the undermesh. This is a big mistake. You could have it in half the time, and it means you'd be sustaining these Past Guard underneath the TC. Lancers are now going to ride in, and Cow, I think he's dead. Yep, that's... I'm checking him for a pulse right now, and I'm pretty sure he's just a stake. Oh my god. Oh my god! Moo once if you're in danger, moo twice if you're fine. Moo not at all if you're already dead. I think he's dead. Yikes. Cow. Oh man. I thought he tried to wall himself more when he saw the Palscar flubs coming. It looked like such a good stabbing, right? But in the end, it didn't really achieve much here. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, did he not bring the whole army home? That feels like an even bigger blunder. Your best hope here is to trade efficiently and wall behind, but that never happened. Last stand on the cowl line. But he needs more Musafadi, because this is not going to be enough. There's still one Lancer ready to roam around. Ram, funnily enough, is on the way as well. He has at least gone up to 5 of these ranches right now, but what I'm worried about is we've got more of a kind of all-in-esque approach here. What am I seeing right now? We're getting Clock Tower battering rams. They have 555 HP. Okay, in a way, this is good for Kao because he built Palace Guard, Musafadi counter Palace Guard, but that means you have melee units for the rams. This would be really bad for Kao if he'd massed ranged units right now to counter and then had to deal with rams. This is still not great, though. Army practically doesn't exist, so I think even with the fact that there's melee vulnerability and there's a few Musafadi, I have a feeling these rams are actually going to do quite a bit of damage. He also does have forward spawning Raxes, right? It's up to quad count. Cal seems to be reluctant to let this one go. I would be impressed. It's 25 to 49 eco, and remember, guys, there's no Song Dynasty. So that's just raw, I've beaten the crap out of you this hard. Ram's now knocking the Raxes, so villagers are going to be idled up having to deal with that. Yes, please, do burn down the 555 HP Ram. What would die quicker, the Ram or the Rax? Oh my god. Well, courtesy of the Musafadi, he was at least quick enough, but that shouldn't have even been that close. Can we just agree that Clock Tower is a really dumb landmark? And Rams are probably the most pristine presentation of that. What an absurd element. I mean, you very, very rarely ever see Rams being clocked out. But it just makes me feel dirty, man. Like, it's such a chunky unit already. Isn't that more health than a Great Bombard? Even with Siege Works? How is starting to stabilize here, by the way. Wololo needs to switch unit type right now. He's screwing up. Being just Palace Guard is a losing battle here. What you really need to do is actually either get Nesta Bees, or you need to be going for Chuginu. I'm a little bit confused. Or he can't get Chuginu, right? He hasn't got Song. Archers, though. Like, I'm a bit confused at the lack of Nesta Bees here. Well, the Rams look absurd. Oh, so that's how we're going to end the game. Wait, in range of the outpost, though? Wololo, no. This is how you lose a game of AoE 4. Musafadi march in. He has at least got textiles, but you just don't have that type of build speed, even as China. But this is a fail keep, man. Musafadi should be able to mop up the Lancers the way this is playing out. More reinforcements are coming in. I just don't think this is going up. I doubt it. If it does, it's going to be one villager left over to do it. And Wololo with the wheelbarrow-less keep rush. I can't believe this. What is this memery right now? It's going to be a cancel, surely. More Palace Guard coming in. Wololo reluctant to let go of this. But Cow, if he just targets these down right now. Oh my god! You can't re-pull either. You've got no wheelbarrow. Try not to gag. Because I think we got some choking going on here. Oh no. I mean, Wololo, he can't pull villagers now until he can guarantee safety. By the way, veterancy only just kicked in. Right? If you thought these fights weren't working for Wololo before, think about what happens now. I think he's misread this, man. I feel like there was such an easy route to success here. with Nest of Bees and slowing down a bit. Maybe even switching spears. But this... I think this game... I don't want to say it's outright over, right? Like, Cal still needs to seize the day. But he's pretty much in control now, right? Fulani eclipses the eco difference here easily. The keep investment is just dead weight, like dead weight investment. It isn't anywhere. Oh my god, he's actually double downing. Now, at this point, Cal should be getting suspicious. Why hasn't he cancelled the keep, right? Like, at this stage, you have to be like, there's a reason. There has to be a reason. Yeah, the reason is Wololo has wheelbarrow, baby. We're coming. Villagers spotted. Palscar do not exist anymore. He will get the castle up, but it will come at a price. Full garrison for the rest of the villagers. Wololo sent 2/3 of his economy to build this. Mr. Fardy might even be able to chase him down now. What is this game? Wololo's like, there is only one way to win. More castles. Now, this is where Cow is like, I get lots of food, but I now need to build siege. I am a sad moo-moo. Trebs is the correct call here. Rams is just kind of weird, right? Like, the villagers could burn them down as they come in. I think you just hunt the main eco now, though, right? C2O shot full up. So Wololo is going to try to blitzkrieg his way through this base now. Can he creep to another stone? There's another stone over here. I just think that one's too far away. You, in theory, can Barbican right here. Oh, sorry, keep right here and then try to shift across. But this is just messy, man. This is such a dirty game. Yep, there's the cute drop. Sprint placement is already in. Miss Fadi are going to dive. Wait, the trap, the trap, the trap, the trap! Oh no! I think that's game. I actually think that's game. The villagers are pulled for the repair. The villagers are now trapped. Okay, some interesting micro out of Cal, but it doesn't matter. He gets the GG out. Oh, this may have been one of the messiest Castle Rush Chinese games I have seen ever. In both forms of Castle. If we didn't castle him, like, I mean, yeah, dude. Like, the messiest castle rush ever. Both castle age and castle castle building. We're a mess. I can't, man. That game. Oh, no. He did. He really did actually have the game. No cap. And then he's like, you know what? This is too easy. Let me just hold this one over the side. Definitely made for entertaining. What's up, Kadankus? Oh, thank you, man. Glad you enjoyed the cast. Yeah, I mean, if people want to sink their teeth into it, I think there's, what, probably over 500 AoE 4 videos now. Let me just do a quick check. It's a lot. There's a lot of there's a lot of videos on YouTube. Let me just check. Well, in the playlist, and the playlist isn't everything because I don't think all of them got added in there. But yeah, the live stream playlist on its own has 403. There's 800 videos in the Age of Empires 4 playlist. And I think I've done 1,000 videos, actually. I need to touch some grass. Oh, good. Push-ups. I love doing exercise. How thoughtful of you. You're like that person that buys someone towels at Christmas. Oh. Oopsie. Almost knocked over water there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Fitzy here do Marlians for the first time. All in. Oh, yeah, that game, dude. He basically played his HRE build on the Marley. Who's Dragavan up against here? I wonder if we do just say screw it and try to do like some Fun Day Monday stuff. Maybe. Obviously not today because it's not Monday. Let me have a look and see who Dragavan's up against here, though. Jesus Christ, that game, though. Cal's over the moon. I'm going to feature him winning. Oh, they're both Norwegian. Rank 66 versus rank 70. Wait, is this Ramen? I think Ramen's Norwegian, right? No, Ramen's not that high ranked, is he? Oh, that's not you. Okay. I think it's an imposter. Someone pretending to be Norwegian so they can make it to the Norwegian land. How dare they? In that case, guess we'll get ready to go with this one then. I'm wondering like what we could do for like the Fun Day Monday idea. I mean, we kind of done it with community games. I don't know. Maybe I just need to carve it out more apparent as something we do. It's tough because I feel like it's the type of thing that has to work in the evening. Then, like I said before, it's kind of weird because everyone like just defaults to going watching Beastie or whatever, right? So then you don't have enough people to do the Fun Day Monday stuff. How to overcome Mana Lords Monday? I don't know. I've thought about like mixing in some other games into the content creation. I will be looking to show off Project Loki at the end of the month, by the way, guys, as they have announced some public access where we'll be able to show off the game as well. I missed out on the last few playtests because of other commitments, but I can tell you that game is incredible. Project Loki is really, really fun. Oh, all right. Let's get to the game, though. Eco Wing on the way. Why is there an Eco Wing in my game? And why is it Dragavan building it? This guy, this is unorthodox. This guy does not do this. If you ask Dragavan what the strategy is, what the ideal strat is, he'll say all in. I guess in a way this is all in, just not the way we had envisioned. Because Eco Wing usually isn't his flavor. Other side of this, we've got a Norwegian imposter. I thought maybe this was Ramen, because I think Ramen is the other very high-ranking Norwegian player. This person's saying they're from Norway. They're ranked 70th, I think it was in the world. Dragavan is in like 64th place. Dragavan, to my knowledge, is the highest-ranking Norwegian player in AoE 4. I thought Ramen was the next highest-ranked one that I was aware of. So, it's possible that this person is pretending to be from Norway. This is the problem with convincing people to buy VPN services. It makes my life much harder. And in fairness, I sold them on that idea as well. So I'm kind of my own worst enemy. So Byzantines versus Abbasis, though. I feel like this is a pretty good matchup for Abbasis, no? Byzantines do still have fast castle. I think there's a lot of really OP picks right now that the Abbasis can handle quite nicely. Like, I really like Abbasis against Rus. Byzantines, I think, is one of the hardest because if they do just go for that fast castle build with Varangian spam, I don't think Abbasis can do anything. Like, in theory, you can turtle up and try to hold on. But you're going to forfeit all the relics to see if this is going to pump more merc. So probably going to be looking at what Western contract here seems like a given, especially with this type of spawn. Lipany is our choice of map here. And it's a very claustrophobic Lipany where you can use choke points where range units win out. Felt Crescent coming in though, so definitely getting at least 2 TC. 3 TC usually feels like a bit too far here, but considering the map you're on with the amount of food nearby, I wouldn't be surprised if Dragovan maybe drops a TC here, and then another one like over here. And I'm wondering, with Pink seeing the Eco Wing, does this mean they have to go all in on Feudal? Because Rushing Castle might be too slow against this particular build. I think Rushing Castle against 2 TC makes a lot of sense, because the Bastards can't dent your base quick enough. But considering they were going for an outpost and then cancelled it, it seems like they're willing to go more aggressive. Actually, no. If anything, the outpost cancelled tells you that they didn't realize it was Eco Wing. Which is surprising, because you'd think they'd be scouting that detail. So second TC coming up from Dragovan. And it is Western Contract. Yeah, that's kind of risky, actually, for Dragovan. This TC placement, Longbows can sit here and shoot over. So I'm not crazy about this particular placement. Even if you now, like, wall here, right? Longbows can camp here and camp here. So you kind of need to go further out to wall if you want to block this play. Outpost going up. So it is going to be fast castle. Longbows for harassment, and then pretty much nothing else added in. Kind of makes sense. You don't want to build Limitane. Your opponent will just come in with Ghoulems or Archers, both counter you. And you don't want to be building Horsemen here because the Bastards are one of the best Spearmen building civs in the game. And that's what I mean about Byzantines having a pretty cut and dry route to winning this, is to just rush castle. What can the Bastards do to deal with this? I think Dragoman's already doing the right thing. He didn't go for a free TC build. Like, 2 is more than good enough here. I'm not sure if you even go melee wing here. Do you just go culture and build crossbows? It's difficult because you're up against Longbows, but the logic is if you go melee wing, you don't really get any value out of the camels, and you still have to now pay a lot of gold for all those upgrades. Bastard Spears are better than Limitane? In numbers, yes. The reason is in numbers, the Limitane kind of scramble over each other to attack, and the Bastards stab over each other. If you're talking about an open map, though, Limitane are better in the late game because of the teardrop shields giving them mobility. But this isn't an open game, right? It's Lipany and it's send it down the center. Longbow starting to arrive. Scout does see in on this wood line. But Dragoman should be able to easily react. And that was not the reaction I was expecting. Camel Archers queued. Yeah, and this is why Longbows are annoying to counter this play. Like, it almost feels as if Dragoman would have been better served building the TC here, and then you could cut woodline here or here, right? And then you just wall this section, because then when your opponent wants to harass either side of the tree line, he has to go from here to here. Whereas with this TC placement, to harass the tree line, he just has to go from here to here. It's half the distance. Golden Horn Town on the way. So probably 1 racks to begin with, and then you escalate quickly to 3. Dragovan is halfway to his tech up. He has got stable drops coming in as well, so it looks like he's trying to contest the Longbows in the mid-map. Kind of a cool idea, right? Like, Horseman seems weird against Varangian, but Varangian can't catch you. And the reality is, even if you stop all your resources, you're going to have too much to work with anyway in the tech up. Oh, what's that? People can get mirror replacements? They should definitely click that link. Thank you, me. You're so smart and wise. Did you by any chance use the Killer Pigeon code as well to get an extra 10% off? Of course you did. Wow. Killer Pigeon's smart. Only 1 farm so far, actually, for Pink. It's not bad on this map, per se, because you can just play out onto the berries on the flanks. If Dragoman opens with Knights, though, it's going to be a problem. Right? Because then you aren't condensed at home to defend. And he will have that mobility. It is indeed going to be military wing. So kind of be expected here, right? Like, you kind of need that composite bow's flexibility. You also need the boot camp. The extra health happens to help a lot, rather, against Longbows. And we are going to get the blacksmiths early. Meanwhile, target point is going to be those relics straight away for the Byzantines. Do Landsknecht have any value in this game? I don't think so. the risk is that you build Lance into Golems and it's just death, right? Because the double tap kills you really fast. So you're just better off building more Lombos. This is the most powerful build for the Byzantines, by the way. Like Longbow backline, Varangian frontline. You have high base damage Lombos, high base damage frontline that's very tanky as well. And if it ever outnumbers the opponent, then you can hit the Berserk to overwhelm. And yeah, a little bit surprised by the Abbas adding farms. I actually think that Dragovan could have just walled here very early and then walled around, and he would have had safe food for ages. The way he's played this, he's on very limited food, right? Yeah, only 6 sheep remaining. Finally, the wolves are going to come in. More stables being added. And it looks like we are indeed going to be getting lances. Definitely logical here against Varangian. The problem with building Golems have a hard time with Varangian because they have more melee armor. So you don't really rinse through them very quickly. Do I have voices in my head for the most recurring people in chat? I don't think you want me to answer that. Let me read that in Arcleave's voice. Do you have voices in your head for the most recurring people in chat? Okay, I'm sorry. That was me. Lombo's now diving in. Dragovan is going to lose some eco here. Seek Shell are actually betraying him. Good strike here. Camel Riders are going to be able to push this back, but the Longbows already vetted up. Means they hit pretty bloody hard. Also, the Varangian doesn't care about the Camel Rider, right? It's 14 base. It's worse than the Lancer. Damn, he's taking a lot of damage from this. Remember, relics are also coming in behind this. The Byzantines already have a buffed economy to eclipse the Golden Age. Finally, Lancers do hit the field. So this is where it's definitely going to hurt a bit. And the problem here, though, is like, wait, what? Pink doesn't have Steeled Arrow. So definitely a mistake made there. He could have easily had Steeled Arrow Dialecticus by now. He has surplus resources for it. Had he done that, these Lancers wouldn't even be able to stand here for a second. And the mesh now coming in. So Dragovan, this might be the clawback opportunity. Unfortunately for him, Limitani are in the way. I don't know, dog. This game's starting to look pretty chalk for the Abbasids. When you're building farms this early on, it's not feeling good. At least he did go Fertile Crescent to make it a bit better. Still. Actually, I guess Arcleave would just sound Japanese because he only ever plays Japan, right? Kind of like, only an Arcleave can control the dragon. Undermesh on the way. Still no blacksmiths. It's kind of crazy that the Pink's in such a dominant position after failing blacksmiths, right? But this is Byzantines for you in a nutshell. I've just looked at my chat and seen the amount of free push-ups redemptions. I guess this is why I won't stream on Friday. GG. Burn for on the way though. And Dragovan's eco lead isn't substantial here. Looks like he's trying to switch into crossbows. I just don't think that works. I actually think, weirdly enough, this is a game where Golems would have made more sense. I know I said Varangian counter Golems, but obviously we have God Vision. Dragon doesn't see this yet. He's going to realize very quickly, though, that with Limitane and Lombos here, crossbows do nothing for you. And Wheelbarrow would have done a wonder for you right now. More eco getting sniped. Goodness gracious. Fire Armor is at least going to make the burn through slower here, but I'm still worried about this Lombo count. Limitane coming through now. And this is the reason why Pink can stay here. If he screwed up and didn't have the Limitane, then he'd be swarmed because the blacksmith tech. But this is saving his bacon from getting cooked. Still to be burned down. There's a flood to the north side, so Dragovan is at least going to have some more food to work with for the moment. A little bit surprised we haven't seen more relics being grabbed here, but looks like there is a Lancer guarding, and the other one, of course, basically is in Dragovan's front yard. Actually, I guess that's the backyard. Burn through there. Don't you just love how deep and complicated and hard to execute of a Civ Byzantines? Okay, I shouldn't really take anything away from Ping, but I think Dragovan definitely made a mistake on his opening, but this is the reality of Byzantines right now. Like, you make one small mistake and you lose the game. It's a very difficult Civ, a very unforgiving Civ to face. TC down. Lancer Raid did actually find some decent damage here. Still, all said and done. I think this is where Starvation might become a bit of a problem. Dragovan does have the deer and the berries in the back to work with. But he also has an army that cannot fight. Every Civ should get a secondary resource. Every Civ gets a fourth resource. But there's your first, your secondary, your third, and your fourth. Your fifth resource is your population. I'm being very pedantic today. Malek is not going to get yoinked here. However, Dragovan's villagers' souls might get yoinked to the afterlife. Oh no, no, what? Pulls away just before the melee would get fully in range. Not the best of micro from Pink there. He could have actually sniped down 2 villagers at a time here. But still, damage done, idle time achieved. And a wraparound now that could easily shut this game out. Oh man, he's leading this north side as well. No, the 6th resource is the money you spend on the expansion packs. Answer count is high here. The weird part to me is that Undermesh was researched, but Steel Arrow wasn't. It's gonna sound weird to say, but with the way Pink is playing this, there is a way Dragovan potentially still comes out ahead. Yeah, I do think that Pink is neglecting. Okay, he's fixing it now. So Steel Arrow's on the way. Just get both the range decks, man. Like, at this stage, it's 100% the winning play. Love that he got the walls up, by the way. These Lancers just can't raid anywhere. You'd think Dragovan would see value in a unit switch now, right? Like, actually, just imagine Mango's behind the Lancers here. That's something you can afford as well. You've got access to wood and gold. Food's more limited, right? Thinking of Limitane. They have revealed where the villagers are. Dragovan, please. There are more units than this one in AoE 4. He's like, no, I built a crossbow. It died. Dog unit. Okay. I tried. My favorite part is Pink actually prioritizing ranged armor, and I don't think this is just about diving the TC. I think he's legit expecting like archers at this stage, right? Military wing, Abbasids, surely composite bows makes a lot of sense here, right? Like when you look at the Byzantine comp, what doesn't get counted by mass archers here? But no. Dragon's like, 91 food a minute, no problem. Queue up 4 more knights. In theory, if these knights weren't being chased, they could cut reinforcements. There are a few points where he could attempt that intercept. I think he needs to do it soon. Oh god, Dragovan, no. Well, luckily the longbows didn't pay attention there, otherwise that would have been 4 knights down. If you're struggling to see the out for Dragovan, you're not on your own here. In theory, you will eventually get enough knights to dive into the enemy base because you're ready to break the walls. In practice, you're going to get smashed in the face by Mangoes and Limitane. Yeah, I think he might be dead. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dragovan. He's at least going to see it coming, surely. This is the other negative of running knights like this, right? Is there's such expensive units that can be so fragile against spears. Usually you won't notice these details in time. Remember, also, Teardrop Shields was researched, and now these spearmen are able to gap close. Lancers. If he pills the Limitane, you don't get through quick enough. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. No, just finish the wall! Dragovan, it's over. So, Lancers on OP? Once again, reminder, there are more units than just knights. You lost in feudal macro game, losing castle because you can't get there in a good position. You need to cheese every game? I think your bigger problem, I was saying, like, he's going to open longbows, right? Because it's just the most sensible choice in that matchup. I don't think you helped yourself with, like, the TC placement and then the lack of wolves. Because if you put wolves up at least, you can stop the scout giving vision onto the tree line. I thought you were going to drop a TC on the right to secure food. Yeah. It's difficult because the longbows mean you can't scale camel archers at all, right? That kind of hard sticks you into that, like, you have to get out of feudal quickly. Maybe you could scale archers, prepping for the transition, right? With, like, composite bows, because I think that's what he's worried about at one stage. I was saying towards the tail end of that, maybe the play out of that hole for you is just build mangoes, right? I think that gives you a better shot. You kind of, it's weird because then you've built lancers and you have to take a stationary fight, but I just don't see how you're meant to flank raid. You have to be much early to go around like that. Anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Done. Job's done. I am a thirsty boy, yeah. Let me just do that. Not done yet? I am done. Because I need to go turn on the oven for food. Oh, wait, I'm also getting messages. What? I'll come back to this push-ups in a sec. I need to quickly go turn the oven on for my food. So, what can we do? We can leave some gameplay footage up. So I'm not eating yet, so I'm not abandoning shit. So let me quickly... I'll do... Actually, how good is the player perspective thing? I'd like to watch you suffer. What are you on about, dude? I praise you all the time. It's not my fault you like to choke, you know? Let's have a look here. That is Mr. Duck. Oh, it's a Byzantine mirror. I want to heave at that. Like versus Trackle, maybe? Maybe Trackle can show you how to play the Abbassids? Hey, sup, Zuby0T. Thank you very much. Wait, I'm pretty sure you guys like me suffering. What are you on about? I don't believe that part. The push-up redemption suggests that you guys like me suffering. So, what we'll do is we'll put this up. We'll try putting on the player tracking thing and see if that's actually smooth, while I quickly go and put some chips and chicken nuggets and whatever in. And I'll be back in a sec, so let me just load this bad boy up. Tried the trial version, your pings went down? Nice. Glad to hear it. Oh, let me quickly then. What I'll do is I will... Wait, we need to go like that, don't we? Let's try the free cam. Not free cam, the opposite. Oh, that's not too bad. Let me know what you guys think of this, by the way. I'll be back in a sec. So. Hey, and thank you very much, Sjordawind, for the gift of sub. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, back in a sec, guys.
Ναι.
Καλά έπαιξα.
Εργασία. Ναι. Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Ευτυχισμένος. Καλά έπραξα.
أحدهم يطلق علينا! Η εργασία αναμένει. الأعداء قريبون! Ναι.
Εκτίστη καλά.
Συντριβή! Όδε! Εργασία. Δόξος έτοιμος. Δόξο. Πάρει. Τοξότης έτοιμος. Έτοιμος να κινηθώ.
Καλά έπραξα. Εργασία.
نحن تحت القصف! Τι πράγμα? العدو! Τόξος الأعداء قريبون! Εκτίστη καλά. أمرك سيدي. أسمع.
Συντριβή. Όδε. Τι πράγμα θέλεις?
Βιαζόμεθα υπό των πολεμίων! السهم مشدود. Οι αντίπαλοι πλησιάζουν! أحدهم يطلق علينا! نواجه مشكلة هنا!
Ευτυχισμένο.
نحن تحت التهديد! Έτοιμος.
Εκτίστη καλά.
Ακονδιστής.
Food ready in 10 minutes, baby. Whoop, whoop.
Τοξότης έτοιμος.
So Traco's been going for a 1 TC all in. That's kind of funky. But against Byzantines, right? We highlight this. Like, what else do you do? 1 TC all in is pretty strong because by the time you get Golden Age, you're able to eclipse where your opponent's going to be. What? No, not cinematic. No. You're able to eclipse their economy to a certain degree, right? Like, you won't be able to contest the olive oil, but you can at least contest the gathering rate buff. I don't know if this is good enough, though. Just being pulled. Oh, that's sick. Like, he used the Akratoy defense. These guys are insanely tanky right now. Cool. Wait, Keshiks? Why? Why would you ever build Keshiks here? I feel like this would have been a much easier hole for like if they come on Lombos, but seems to be working out. Villager Pool works out for him. He has lost a few eco units. Extra one go down there, but I mean, right now, has Trackle got any defenses? No. they're kind of riding naked on this. They even actually originally went for a mining camp, so it looks like there was some intent to maybe go for a second TC, but they have so far abandoned that idea. Car Siphon's now on the way. Honestly, I actually don't think you need to go back in. I think the problem with what Like has done here is by going Keshix, you kind of force yourself to do what he's doing, where now you feel like you need to apply pressure in Feudal because this contract loses a lot of value as the game goes on. You don't really benefit from building Golems if you're both going Castle. And then, you know, in theory, Elephant's good against the Bastards, question mark? I just don't see it. In fact, don't Camel Riders counter Elephants pretty hard? Because they get bonus damage against Cav, right? Ooh, that's kind of interesting. The Camel on Ease doesn't apply to Elephants, but I'm pretty sure you get the bonus damage. So, like, you can actually club them down pretty quick. Camel Archer getting added in makes sense, right? The Keshix are going to lose a lot of damage. That's another reason I just find Keshix really weird here, man. Like, the reality of what your opponent's going to have is he's going to have a debuff on a high base damage unit for you. It's like, I guess in a way, Keshix can sustain to a certain degree. They can kind of exist in the fight, so they can't win them. I don't know, Traco's position just feels really good. What happened exactly at the start, chat? Was he forced to go Keshix, or did he just do it willingly? I guess maybe his thought process is Keshix will block the second TC, but I feel like Lombos do the same thing. So he just chose an inherently worse contract to achieve the same goal. Another cool thing is, remember, these Limitane die fairly fast to the Camel Archer due to the bonus damage. Also, the other cool thing is Camel Archers are high base damage, right? So they get through Keshix pretty fast. And if you ever do actually go for a tech up, Golems once again suffer from the same issue. And it looks like that is exactly what Like wants to do. So starting to stockpile towards Castle Age. Only 4 Groves behind this. This really doesn't have the depth for mercenaries that you'd like to see. Also, the Carrier Siphon at this point is just completely worthless. Like, it served no purpose in the end. So the goal for Trackle then is to let Like tech up and then punish him, right? It's kind of what we're leaning into, you know. If he gets the timing right, it could just instantly end the game. But if he's off, he does give an opening. Because remember, there's still a lot of berries behind this. 2 batches, actually. So there's a way in which Like can stabilize. That's a raid from Like. Wall's not up yet. I think Trackle going Eco Techs is maybe a mistake here. I get why you want them, but at the same time, it's slowing down you hitting the base again, right? Like has definitely overdone it when it comes to gold income. But now with tech up on the way, double racks. I mean, if you Farangiing can hold this all back. Yeah, Trackle needs to go faster. In fact, this is one of those games where the Rams shouldn't target the outpost. They should actually be targeting the racks. Because the racks is the win condition now for Like. Does he even know the tech up's happening? I don't think he scouted it. I mean, at this point, you get suspicious, right? Your opponent hasn't come out. You can't see a big army. Why wouldn't he be investing resources in this age, right? Maybe because he wants Frangin. Instead, the Rams tunnel vision heads over onto the gold. Yeah, one problem with diving with Camel Archers like this, they can't garrison inside the Rams, right? So, like, you just end up losing your debuff. So, tech up complete. Trackle just kind of has to go in now, but I'm a bit worried he's going to throw away a lot to get through this. Outpost is at least almost gone. Villagers need to scramble out here. Archer trade out does come in, but the Vrangin have now been queued up. So Trackle needs to continue this pressure. He can't back away now. He's nowhere near a tech up. It'll take 2 minutes. At that point, Vrangin will be up to, like, what, 15 potentially, when you consider how quick this spams up. So really, the only option is to go deeper. Has at least got the undermesh. No Steel Arrow here, so the TC doesn't hurt as much as it should. Rams need to hit the farms, if anything. Instead, he goes after the town center. Keshix are forced to commit a bit too early here. Vrangin will clear this up. I think Trackle, he misread this. The Rams should have been hitting something more valuable, as in something more realistic to hit, right? Like, these farms are valuable, but much more easy to kill. That, he has at least idled the eco on the other side, so, like, he's getting some value there, but Trackle now stockpiling behind this. This is very dangerous on a map like Cliffside. You're very close to your opponent. He can easily start rushing you with Varangin now. fact, I believe Like is already in the way. Yeah, he understands. Trackle dropped the ball. And now you have no easy tech up. It's crazy as well. Like, Trackle's goal here is to kind of exist, do some damage, and go for attack. Like, after he took out the outpost, why didn't he take out the Raxes? Or the Cistern even? Easy target into Raxes afterwards. Instead, now he's staring down the barrel, 10 Varangian, and doing the worst possible action here. Like, if you're going to have to go Camel Archers, you need to be going it straight away. These guys take far too long to come out. The damage is going to start ramping up. Varangian over here is still just tanking the entire army. Does need to hunt for that eco on the south side. Right now, a lot of the berry gatherers are somewhat protected here. Ranged armor number 2 is on its way in. Camels can make rams, why can't they use them? Ha, joke's on you. These camels don't make rams. Bronxiv. Ooh, got him. Oh, wait, didn't we have the... What was it? 9 push-ups to do? Oh, hurry up and win the game so I can go eat my chicken nuggets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Floppy hair. I don't know, man. Trackle should be dead to this, right? The problem is I'm seeing more Keshix queued up, and that's like the worst thing to build in mass Cavalicious. Gullums wouldn't fare better, right? Actually, what Light just needs to do is get archers. It is a lot of out of time, but I mean, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Trackor has got 14 camel archers in the next minute, right? That's kind of bonkers. As long as he doesn't micro like a goldfish, this should be able to start wiping out the Varangian. Then again, if we micro like this... Uh-oh. Oof. If he just berserks right now, these are all dead. This is the thing that I always worry about when I see Camel Archers. Same logic with Desert Raiders. Like, the numbers, they go down as quickly as they go up. These are fragile units. They just get erased. Right? If you look away for a second, for example, you need to move villages that are being raided, and then you look back, all of a sudden you're down 4 Camel Archers. Like, needs to attack? Has he at least picked up relics behind this? I don't think he's made a move for a single one. Dude, is Trackor actually doing this? It does feel like has taken the harder approach here. He's finally realized archers are actually a good unit. So they are on the way. Kyro Siphons is pretty cool as well. Your opponent has built mass Camel Archers. He has 0 counters to rams. Awesome being queued up. If Purple just scales Archer plus Varangian, he should be fairly fine here. Camel Archers. Wait, is Trackle trying to dive the eco? Might be an opportunity with the farms on the backside, right? Oh my god, my food is ready. Why can't one of you just winner of this game? Culture Wing has been clicked. The goal now for Trackor is just to keep the momentum on the enemy side of the map, right? Otherwise, he gets wiped. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my food. Keep an eye out for that though. Like, if Purple just sends the archers after this and sends the Varangian into the enemy base, Trackle should be dead. over. Did he do exactly what I said? What am I eating? Chips and chicken nuggets. Only the healthiest of meals. No, what do you do then? Wait, the siphons? All right, yikes. Yeah. I mean, that's one way to lose the game as well. Yo, what's up, Joe Bear? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome to Swarm. Let's move that in-game chat over here. Chips and chicken nuggets sounds like a 5-year-old meal. Sounds like a meal that gets made when my partner's busy, like, working her job as a barista, and I haven't got time to cook. I ain't got takeaway money, man. Ooh. I'm wondering if I cool it now, we keep going. Cool. That was very crunchy. What, 5 hours in? Cooking stream? I don't know if people are that interested. I need to figure out edited content so we can mix up what we post a bit. How loud is that crunch, by the way? Is it really loud? Or is it very obnoxious? Oh, I don't know. Do I cool it? I've got a pack and everything. I mean, we have been live 5 hours already. Maybe it's a good time to cool it. I think we'll cool up. I'm going to spend some time with the family. I'll raid someone. I don't think there's many other games going on right now at the high rank. Chicken masala and garlic naan? Screw you. That sounds good. Yeah, much love, folks. Let me find someone to raid. But no, thanks for the sub, Joke Bear. Welcome back to Swarm, buddy. 13 months, goddamn. Just cast 8 times speed all my games? There's just not enough games. Should you learn Rus or Delhi? Probably, I mean, I don't know, like, what's your goal there? Both are quite strong. Depends what you think you can execute at. Delhi's more complicated. Rus is kind of like dead brain. Just learn how to kill deer. If you're looking for cheap, easy returns, probably Rus. Delhi requires cleaner execution, but if you can follow a build order well and practice it for 15 minutes of gameplay, you'll win a lot more games with Delhi. Okay. I think what we'll do, people were asking about the Anatan Beastie match. We got Anna Chad's perspective. There's enough people already watching Beasties. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to raid through to the wonderful Anatan. Go have some fun with him. Hopefully enjoy the stream, guys. Next stream should be Friday, unless something comes up. In which case, you'll be able to catch me on EGC Saturday and Sunday. So hopefully I'll see you guys very soon. Enjoy the Anatan ass whooping he's about to give our boy Beastie. And I'll see you all again very soon. Doodaloo.